Good morning and welcome to you in the room and you online for joining our meeting today. We are late because we did have some technical sound and visual issues. Beautiful room, not always so functional with sound and visual, but I think it's all operational now. So I'm going to ask our board clerk if people who have logged in or wish to log in are being accepted. Does it look like we have everyone, or is it still?
Yes, people are slowly trickling in, but
Tell me when it kind of ends. How do you know that? Oh, okay. So people online can hear. Thank you for letting me know that. Someone in the audience said, one of our lovely staff said, yes, they can be heard. We always like just to wait 30, 40 seconds. Takes a while for everybody to really show up on our computer. How's it look?
it looks like we're good to go.
All right, that's how we say it. We're good to go. Once again, good morning and welcome. And my name is Jane Dolan. I'm the president of the Flood Board, and it is my duty and pleasure to manage this meeting today. I'm glad that you're all here. We do continue to have our meetings in the hybrid format. We find that it's very pleasant to have those of you who can join us in person and have the board see each other and work in person. But we also see that there are benefits for folks because of work or distance are able to participate online. So we'll continue to do that. Please know that this meeting is being recorded. So I'm going to begin. I'm going to open this meeting officially. I call the meeting of September 23rd, 2022 of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board formally in session. And I'll ask our board clerk, Mr. Ryan Jones, to call the roll to determine a quorum. Mr. Jones.
Board Member Ramirez? Here. Board Member Griego?
Here.
Board Member Countryman?
Present.
Secretary Johnson?
I'm here. Good morning, everybody.
Vice President Valines?
Here.
President Dolan?
I'm here.
And I ask, is our ex officio assembly present?
Appears not.
And is our ex officio Senate present?
Appears not. Sometimes someone's here, sometimes online, but I think because they're in recess, we will not have them with us today. So that's 6 members present here in the room. We do have a new board member who has been appointed, Keely Bosler, and we expect her to formally join board proceedings with the October meeting, and we look forward to that. We are happy to have her on board. As we proceed with the agenda, I will call the agenda items by their number and their title. At the point that there is a need to take action or to hear, I will turn to a board staff to introduce the item. Board members will then have the opportunity to ask questions or give input. Then I will ask those present in the room, then those online or by phone. If there's time for a necessity for a vote at the end of those discussions and back and forth, then I'll ask the board for a motion. There will be certain times that I call for a break. I'm a president that thinks from time to time we need to give our transcriber a break and those of us. We will be taking an hour break sometime around lunch. It's hard to estimate, but 11:30 for an hour, both for lunch and because the California Native American Day will be on the west steps of the Capitol today, and many of us will want to walk over there and acknowledge that event with them. Except for a few introductory matters, we'll handle the agenda in order. First, we'll have a time for introductions and some announcements, and we have a resolution to present at that point. And then we will approve the minutes. I think we'll be asked to approve the minutes by our board secretary, Brian Johnson, of the July meeting. We have 7 items on the consent agenda. All of those are handled by one motion unless someone wants them removed, then we remove it to discuss later. We have a time for public comment. It's called public comment. That's the time someone can give us information or a comment that is not on the agenda and we are not able to discuss nor act on it. We have a legislative update. The Army Corps of Engineers will provide information on one levy inspection. Get your words right, President. Department of Water Resources has 2 items, their monthly report and presentation of flood preparedness activities. There are 6 board items. 3 are informational, 3 are action. Then we have reports of the various branches and offices of the board organization and a brief overview of upcoming meetings. At the end of our public agenda, we will have a brief closed session. The meeting will be on notice as recess. We will ask those of you who are in the room to leave for a while. I anticipate it might be 10, 15 minutes. I also anticipate there'll be no specific action to be announced to that. And then when we come back at the end of that will be the formal adjournment of the meeting. So now on to our agenda. Are there any introductions to be made of new staff or other items?
Madam President.
Sarah Backus has said that. Sarah Backus is our interim executive officer. We welcomed her today.
Thank you,
Sarah.
President Dolan.
Is Leslie Gallagher online? Have you found her?
Yes, she's there.
She is?
She is.
Oh, okay. Someone needed to say that. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Well, I can't see. Hello, Leslie. Your board president is saying hello. I'm glad that you're here. We were not able to have the really fancy resolution thanking you and acknowledging all of the good things that you did for us. So I don't know how to put this up so you can see it, but you know what they look like. And we want you to have that. We so much appreciated your work, your effort, your strategic mind, your management capabilities, and building a strong organization of really dedicated, effective, talented staff. So we wanted to acknowledge that and say to you, with a vote today, this resolution that we will deliver to you with appreciation, with thanks, and honoring your service with us. So does the board want to adopt this resolution? Is there a motion to approve? Board Member Gregor, is there a second? Board Member Ramirez, I think I'm hearing 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th as well. All in favor of a resolution of appreciation to Ms. Leslie Gallagher when she served as our executive officer, you may say aye. Anyone want to oppose? That is obviously unanimous. Thank you so much. All I see up there is the Feather River West levy.
Saying thank you.
All right, so we have a comment in the chat from her saying thank you. It's the other way around, Leslie. It's thank you to you. Congratulations on your new job. We hope to see you from time to time. We met you and we were glad to have you during the time that we did. Usually we clap. All right. Thank you all. I always like to start with something that's nice. So we have the roll call. We're going to go to the approval of minutes of July 29th, 2022. We're going to do the flood preparedness resolution during the flood preparedness line item, which is line B. Thought I wasn't paying attention. We'll do that all together. No. Mr. Obling, Mr. Soon know that. So approval of minutes, Secretary Johnson.
Yes, thank you, President Dolan. These are the July board meeting minutes. I've reviewed them and believe they're in order. If you see something I didn't, you'll have a chance to speak up in a second. And with that, I move that we approve the July 29, 2022 board minutes.
All right, a motion to approve by Secretary Johnson, seconded by Member Grego. Nicely done. It was good to add at the end the actions taken at our workshop because we don't normally do written minutes for that. So that's very, very helpful. Would you call the roll, please, Mr. Jones?
Board Member Ramirez. Aye. Board Member Griego. Board Member Countryman.
Yes.
Secretary Johnson.
Aye.
Vice President Valines.
Yes.
President Dolan.
Yes. All right, the minutes of July 29th are approved. I've already reviewed the agenda. These first 3 or 4 items I do out of order. Now we'll go in order. Item 5 is consent items. There are 7 items, plus 1 that is named as removed. 2 are permits, 3 are transfers of operation and maintenance. 1 is transmittal of a letter of intent for developing a system-wide improvement framework. And 1 is transmitting a letter of no objection regarding Tisdale Weir to the Army Corps of Engineers. So 5A is bar 1, 5B is the permit for Caltrans for widening a bridge, Los Banos Creek Bridge, Merced County. Item C is a permit to JEN California LLC, which I'm assuming is a development company in the Roseville, Placer County area for a pedestrian bridge across Pleasant Grove Creek. Item D is a transfer of operation and maintenance of Feather River West Levee Project Sutter Basin Project to Levee District 1, Sutter County. E is transfer of operation and maintenance for the same Feather River West Levee Project Sutter Basin to Maintenance Area 16, Sutter County. And item F is the same project, transfer of operations and maintenance to Maintenance Area 7, Butte County. Item G is a letter of intent, Reclamation District 999, which will be developed in coordination with Reclamation District 307 and Reclamation District 765 for the Sac-Yolo South Levee System. This is to transmit a letter of intent for a SWIFT to the Corps of Engineers. And H is the board approval of a second statement of no objection to the Army Corps of Engineers for a Department of Water Resources project at the Tisdale Weir. Does anyone want to remove an item? Board members? No. Audience? No. These are items that are considered fully vetted and full support of staff and legal. So at this point, a motion to approve the consent agenda would be in order. Any takers? Member Countryman, is that a motion to approve?
Yes. Second.
Second by Member Johnson. Please call the roll for approval of the consent agenda.
Board Member Ramirez.
Aye.
Board Member Griego.
Yes.
Board Member Countryman.
Yes.
Secretary Johnson.
Aye.
Vice President Valines.
Aye.
President Dolan.
Yes, the consent agenda of today is approved. Thank you. Yeah, I think we're catching up here. All right. Item number 6 is public comment. Is there someone in the room that wishes to say something to the board for which we just listened? Was that a hand raised or you're saying goodbye? Okay. And do we see any hands up from our online participants?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Okay, then we will proceed to the next item. Item 7 is a legislative update and informational presentation. Mr. Soon, you have things to share with us? This is like the Academy Awards where we wait for folks to come down the hallway.
Morning, President Dolan, Vice President Valines, members of the board, Darren Soon, your policy advisor. And like the Academy Awards, we will keep it short before the commercial comes on. Just real quick, September 30th is the last day for the governor to sign any bills that were passed by the legislature. For our bills, Senate Bill 852 by Senator Dodd, establishing climate districts as enhanced infrastructure finance district, was signed by the governor, as well as Senate Bill 1253 by Senator Melendez, requiring the governor's annual infrastructure plan to set out infrastructure priorities relating to specific flood prevention and maintenance projects to be included in that plan. The one bill we're still waiting on is Senate Bill 901 from Senator Pan that authorizes the West Sacramento Levee project, as well as dissolves Maintenance Area 4, and then extends the urban level of protection, 200-year protection from West Sacramento from 2025 to 2030. So that's presented to the governor. We're just waiting. Hopefully he'll sign it. Fingers crossed. And then from a federal perspective, the appropriation bills for FY23 are still being negotiated. We anticipate, talking with our lobbyists, that it will most likely be a continuing resolution. The talk is around mid-December, December 16 is what things seem to be coalescing around, and we'll wait and see. Finally, WRDA, still negotiations for that still are underway, and we're keeping a watchful eye on that for our excess credits issue.
And the federal government is operating on a continuing resolution.
Not yet, but that's what they're negotiating.
We're hoping they do something like that, so the bills can be paid
Right,
come
I mean,
October 1st.
yeah, the clock is ticking until
Yep.
September 30.
We could
That's
give
all
them
I
some
have.
lessons. We'll try. Okay, thank you. Any questions or input from Mr. Sun? Board members? No. Audience? Don't see any hands. Any hands raised from our online?
There is no hands raised.
Okay, nice job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Meow, are you going to introduce this item, please? Eric Meow from our operations branch. Feather River, Nelson Bend West Levee System Inspection Results. Good morning.
Good morning, President Dolan, Vice President Valines, and Executive Officer Sarah Beckus. My name is Eric Mao, Board Staff, Acting Section Manager for the Enforcement Section just for today. And today I'd like to introduce Mr. Juan Gonzalez, the Army Corps of Engineers. Juan is the Section Manager for the Levees Inspection, and he'll give a presentation today for the Feather River Nelson Bend West Levee System. And after his presentation, our staff will give some of our kind of assessments and findings. And then we also have today Mr. Mark List, Department of Water Resource Branch Manager, and he will represent the LMA and answer any questions. Okay, with that, I will introduce up Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Eric. Good morning. Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board. Thank you for having me again. So, as Eric mentioned, I'm here to talk about the Feather River Nelson Bend West Levee project. This project is located within the Sutter Bypass in Sutter County. This levee is approximately 0.15 miles long, so it's a very short levee embankment. Are you guys seeing the slides?
Who's advancing the slides?
Coming from the back and there.
So can we go to slide 2, please?
Slide 2, please. We'll hold this in front of the camera. There we are.
Okay. So this is project location, Sutter County. That green line there is the levee embankment that we're talking about. It's right along the Feather River, as I mentioned, 0.15 miles long. On slide 3, we can see the report card. This levee embankment is inactive. It doesn't have an LOI. It's actually within the Sutter Bypass, as I mentioned, and so it's within the floodway. Items that are unacceptable here that you can see are encroachments and slope stability. Those are red, and then vegetation growth continues to be an issue, which is why it's pink. On the next slide, we're looking at 4 pictures here. First 3 pictures are related to each other. And so On the first picture, we're looking at the crown of the embankment on the left-hand side. The circle is essentially the slope of the embankment, where you can see a ramp that's coming off the crown and cutting into that embankment. It's reducing that section. You can see a better picture in number 2, where it's about a 3 to 4 foot cut. And then in picture number 3, you can see how that's causing some embankment to start sloughing and soils moving. Picture number 4, we've got encroachments. And so there's a number of encroachments. I think we took close to 15 photos of just groups of, I'll just say, things, encroachments that are on the crown itself. And so number 4 is actually the crown. It's difficult to drive around that stuff, obviously. And so it's an issue for access.
Did you call these encroachments things?
Sorry.
No, I was wondering that
They are encroachments that
they appear movable. They don't appear that they're on foundations. They're just in the way.
that trailer is on, it's like a job trailer. It's on stands. It does have wheels, but it's on stands.
Thank you.
That is my last slide. Open to questions if you guys have questions.
Us guys. Do the guys have any questions? Mr. Countryman, then we'll ask the
Back
girls.
to the slide that shows the location.
On slide 2. Can we go to slide 2, please?
Mr. List, if you want to join Mr. Gonzalez or you want to speak when he's done? Okay. Thanks for coming forward.
So what's the purpose of this levy?
That's a good question.
So there's, so really I'm going to point out 2 things here. The Feather River, obviously that water body there that's on the right-hand side of that green line. And so we've got this levy in conjunction with the dashed purple line, which is a non-project levy built by Department of Water Resources that functions as a sort of training levy to keep the Feather River within its low channel.
So it's not actually providing protection to anybody, is it?
It's more of a training levy. It doesn't provide direct protection to any community. You're right. Correct.
So these encroachments aren't significant in any way.
The encroachments do affect the integrity of the levee in the sense that if this levee were to erode away or have issues because we couldn't access it, we would have that Feather River starting to meander.
Just not sure how this became a project levy. This segment was authorized?
It is, the green line is a authorized levy, yes.
Sometimes these inspections show things that are outdated. Any other questions for Mr. Gonzalez? Going to ask.
Because I spent time on Google Earth over the weekend looking at it.
Mhm.
Doesn't make any sense.
Mark, I don't know if you want to add anything to that. Yeah, okay.
Yes, good morning, Mr. List.
Good morning, Mark List. I'm with the Department of Water Resources. I'm in the technical support section in the flood maintenance and operations branch at DWR. We operate and maintain this facility. And as Board Member Countryman pointed out, it does not provide any protection to any specific property. It is wetted on both sides during high water. So it receives Feather River flows. It's basically the right bank of the Feather River at its bend at the confluence with the Sutter Bypass. It receives flows from the Sutter Bypass, intense flows from the Sutter Bypass during high water. So under a high water condition, it's completely wetted. It serves, the only purpose we can conclude that it serves is, as Mr. Gonzalez said, a training levy in an attempt to keep Feather River in its bend and moving southward beyond that point. It really doesn't afford any flood protection to any particular property. We do operate and maintain it with vegetation management through time. That's about the only action we take. I will note the encroachments are all associated with the Goose Club Farms, who is an underlying fee owner of land. There's a sand and gravel mining operation at the end of this. The owner of Goose Club Farms does have fee ownership of certain lands. SSJDD does have ownership of certain lands. Historically, there has been some disagreements between the state and the property owner in that particular region as to access and other issues. The cobble weir, also mentioned in the previous photo, is intended. So there's an elevation change between the Feather River and the Sutter Bypass bottom, significant. So the cobble weir is meant to control some of that. And again, the bend in the river at this particular location on Feather is intended to be trained southward by the future. It does not afford any flood protection. DWR, as I said, does maintain it. It is not a high priority. The worst condition that I could perceive is if this were to fail during a high water event, you'd splay Feather River out into the Sutter Bypass, and there would have to be a post-event damage repair if the intent was to keep the Feather River going basically north-south at that location. There would be no action during high water. I absolutely am not putting personnel at this particular location during high water. We can't flood fight it. It's not eligible. I can't imagine the federal government will provide PL 8499 support even if it were. There's no justification economically because there's no protection afforded. Agreed. So there are encroachments. We can work with board staff. As far as priority of dealing with these encroachments, I think you have far higher priority issues, as we see in other protected levee systems that actually afford protection to properties and businesses and infrastructure. So the department does maintain it. Access is an issue, and we'll continue to do what we're doing on it, which is vegetation management. It gets heavy truck traffic for that sand and gravel mining operation. So actually, the property owner has been grading that particular road. The cut that was mentioned in a couple of locations are not the department's doing. They are the property owner's doing for access to that sand and gravel mining operation. Again, could require some board interaction at some point. Identification of rights and ownership and other things does need to happen.
I know, well, it's useful to the system, isn't it, to have that sand and gravel operation?
I would think so, yes. Removing material from that particular location is not a bad thing.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. Any other questions?
Through the chair.
So, Grego?
Thank you. Remind me, whose trailer is that?
I
And then,
believe, I don't know for certain, but I believe it is associated with sand and gravel mining operation.
okay,
So it would be, the land is owned by Goose Club Farms. So,
And they in turn have the lease for the sand and gravel? Or
I'm sorry,
who provided the lease for the sand and gravel operation?
that I don't know. I'm not familiar with the details there.
Okay.
I do know the individual property owner worked with Senator Nielsen's office to have SMARA modified at some point since my tenure at DWR. Had meetings with Senator Nielsen's office some number of years ago about this particular subject area. And that's sort of as much as I can provide.
Okay, I have a little experience with those things. They're difficult to really figure out sometimes. Depends on the era that they were granted.
Correct.
Okay. Things to note. Thank you for the clarification information as always. Did anyone raise their hand? I don't see anyone. Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Mao.
Yes, thank you, President Dolan. Eric Mao, board staff, and I'll just be giving some findings based on Juan's inspection information. To Juan's defense, they have a portfolio of all the federal and I guess non-federal levies as well. And, you know, it is their duty to present that information, whether it's our largest levee system, Sac River West Side Levee District, which is 120 miles, or even this, Nelson Bend West Levee, which is 0.2 miles. It is informational for us to know what is also part of our portfolio and also for an informational briefing. Okay, so to reiterate, the federal levee system is inactive and it's 0.2 miles. And as you can see in the figure here, it's connected to that 0.44 miles of non-federal levee off the Feather River. In figure 2, the items highlighted in yellow, wait a second here. Next slide, please. Okay, there's no items in yellow, but if they were, that would show unacceptable observations that are not likely to prevent performance in the next flood event. Red items show items that are likely to prevent performance in the next flood event. 1 second here. Okay, so that's that information. Next slide, please. Lastly, I'd like to show a comparison report which compares the ratings of various categories from the first periodic inspection of this levee system almost 10 years ago. And as you can see, there has been some improvements in animal control, which is not acceptable, cover and settlement. Okay, and this levee system is unique, as everyone has noted. It's not very long. And in our final report, Juan's group reported a total of 7 unacceptable encroachments, some power poles, trees and debris, unpermitted ramps, sleuthing, and as you recall, stored items on the levee crown. So that is something that we can work with the LMA to resolve. Per the National Levee Database, this levee system's risk is considered low. So that's something that we also need to take into account for levee system size and also levee system risk. So, but of course, there are levee systems that are short but have high risk. So, but for this one, it's low risk and also a short levee segment. So if there aren't any questions, that will be our presentation.
Any more questions? Comments? Board Member Grego?
Yeah, this portion of the levee has a function in high water times. And, I understand that it's a low priority, but I think that there are some things that need to be sorted out in regards to, trailer on the crown of the levee, who's got jurisdiction. I think that there's some things that need to be sorted out on this particular issue. I don't know. I mean, what's the direction of the board and on this particular item? I agree with Joe in that it doesn't have a lot of significance as far as public safety goes. But there are some things that have been going on probably for a long time that need to come to some resolution.
I'll take that one. With these levee inspection reports, we get items that are noted to be further reviewed and resolved are in fact taken up by our staff in the order of necessity and importance. So we did note gravel operations. We have some questions there. How the lease is being handled, when did it happen, what is its legal status, access issues, and then encroachments by a private party that might hinder flood fight. So certainly those are there. To the extent that this does not affect lives or property, come the flood, I hope that would not be before where people's lives are at stake. So, thanks for the information, gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Does that help? No hands raised anywhere. We'll move on then. Thank you. Department of Water Resource items. We have received a monthly report. I am taking that is to be received. We all do read it and ask questions of staff or DWR. We appreciate it being provided to us on a monthly basis. So we'll move on to item 9B, as in Bob, flood preparedness activities.
right.
Mr. Adlung, DWR. You will provide those activities, then I'm going to have our board staff and policy advisor, Darren Soon, give us the resolution for adoption for this. So
Okay.
you're up first. Good
Sounds
morning.
great. Thank you. Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board. My name is Lance Abling, and I'm the manager of the State and Federal Flood Operations Center, and that's the unit within the Division of Flood Management. Today, I will be providing you with an overview of the work the Flood Operations Section does each year, this time ahead of flood season. So flood operations section staff work year-round to ensure that DWR, as well as local, state, and federal partners are prepared to respond to a flood emergency. The items I will be covering today include pre-season flood coordination meetings, which are typically held in the fall season, flood emergency response rosters, which has key staff identified to assist within flood response in the event of an activation, flood fight materials for use up and down the state, other tools we use to monitor current conditions and evaluate flooding potential, as well as flood emergency response grants that provide funding to enable local agencies to improve their flood fighting capacity, and the importance of maintaining partnerships with local, state, and federal agencies. Excuse me, next slide. Next slide, please. So DWR is the lead state agency for flood response. Responsibility is statewide and not just in the Central Valley. The State and Federal Flood Operations Center coordinates that response out of 2 locations. The main Flood Operations Center is in Sacramento and a satellite office on the North Coast in Eureka. Both centers are co-located with the National Weather Service, which is the only partnership of its kind like this in the country. Being co-located is essential to meeting our shared life safety mission, and the types of events we respond to include high water or flooding, forecasted large or intense storms, earthquakes and tsunamis, of which the North Coast is susceptible to, and dam incidents. And when we say dam incidents, we're not really focused on the dam itself, but more on the downstream impacts. Next slide. So the Flood Operations Center rosters are primarily made up of DFM staff, Division of Flood Management staff, but also have staff from across DWR to assist. The teams are comprised of approximately 180 staff, as well as 6 incident command teams to assist in the field. Having so many staff available allows for flexibility, sustainability, especially for longer activations, and staff participate in regular meetings, training, and exercises. And just for comparison, some of our most recent activations include 2017. Staff was activated for 151 days, and that took approximately 250 department staff assisting with that activation. And in contrast, we had an activation, smaller one, in 2019, which was only activated for 4 days and took about 40 DWR staff. And that just shows the scalability of these events. So the FOC is prepared for the worst case scenario, and we always prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Next slide, please.
Rosters.
So in response to strong atmospheric rivers and significant rainfall during the period from October 17th through the 26th of 2021, the FOC increased staffing hours, after hours, and through the weekend. And just to put in perspective what kind of rainfall we got, the statewide precipitation was 4.32 inches across the state, which was about 350% of average for October. We performed high water notification calls for 9 forecast points above monitor stage, 4 forecast points above flood stage, and we also coordinated flood fight materials with a local maintaining agency, RD 817. There were several reports of localized roadway flooding and small stream flooding across the state. Also, a debris flow occurred in Monterey County, along with multiple rock slides and landslides across the region, causing local area highway closures. We did receive some atmospheric rivers in December of 2021. However, most of the precip fell in beneficial amounts of rain and snow. In that event, 5 forecast points exceeded monitor stage, and most impacts were felt with difficult winter travel. Next slide, please. We anticipate the FOC will be staffed mostly in person if we activate, and we will take into account any health and safety protocols locally or by the California Department of Public Health. We do have some contingencies for absenteeism. That's why we have such a deep roster. And we have tested our work in a hybrid environment using Microsoft Teams. And we have updated our equipment with audio and visual equipment to help that hybrid staffing.
Maybe you could help with this room.
Sure. So the Department of Flood Management pandemic plan will be updated on a regular basis in case of a future pandemic. Next slide, please. So DWR supports local emergency response efforts by maintaining a large cache of flood fight materials throughout the state. Flood fight materials are stored in warehouses and preloaded containers in over 40 locations. Facilities include DWR storage warehouses, maintenance yards, the California Conservation Corps facilities, and various secure county-owned locations. Having pre-positioned materials in critical locations really speeds up response time. And this year, we are certainly coordinating with areas impacted by wildfires to pre-position materials near burn scars. And then the Flood Operations Center section provides flood fighting methods training free of charge to partner agencies, including CCC, CAL FIRE, and levee maintaining agencies, showing them how to properly use materials and to mitigate flood threats. Next slide. Now I'm going to talk about our preseason meetings. So the Flood Operations Center, Flood Operations Center section conducts preseason flood coordination meetings annually across the state in the fall in coordination with County Office of Emergency Services. Typically, we host 10 to 12 meetings ranging from Humboldt County down to Riverside County. The benefits include coordinating and communicating before an emergency. And we like to know who the responsible parties are in advance and put a face to a name. And as my manager likes to say, make a friend before you need a friend. So the purpose is to share regional and local updates, review roles and responsibilities, and inform local partners of available resources. Next slide, please. So these meetings will be held in person. And agenda topics for the meetings include the National Weather Service's official winter weather outlook, DWR flood operations updates, any regional updates. We also do the flood fight methods introduction and offer that course and talk about our material caches. And then we also have added, most recently, the post-fire and debris flow discussions with the National Weather Service and Cal OES. So typical meeting participants includes local, state, federal, and tribal agencies, and co-presenters will include National Weather Service, Cal OES, California Conservation Corps, CAL FIRE, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Next slide, please. And here we're going to talk about our flood emergency response grants. So since about 2011, the flood operations section has provided about $45 million to local agencies across the state for our flood emergency response grants. There's some stats on what we've provided and how many agencies we've provided that to. We do have a new round of funding coming online now. So it's $5 million. It's the second bullet on the right. And that will be awarded this fall. And that is a Delta grant, and 7 agencies will be receiving that, ranging from $250,000 on the low end to about 1.6 million on the high end. And we prioritize flood safety plans, training and exercises, and flood fight materials as scopes for those plans, for those grants. Next slide, please. So here are some resources we have, and the key ones include the weather briefings shown in the top left, which are conducted in partnership with the National Weather Service and the California Nevada River Forecast Center. And these occur weekly during flood season, and they're typically available for partners to view online. And they usually cover expected rainfall and any resulting impacts. The next resource on the right includes the California Nevada River Forecast Center, and that has official river forecasts for the main points on the main stem rivers. We also have the California Data Exchange on the bottom right, and that contains current and historical information on rivers, precipitation, reservoirs, snow data, and more. And the last resource is the Flood Emergency Response Information Exchange, or FERIX, and that shows our levee vulnerabilities page. Next slide, please. And probably the most important tool we have is building a relationship with partner agencies and building an understanding and common operating picture with all levels of responsible agencies, saves time during an emergency, and enables everyone to focus on the goal of protecting life, property, and the environment. And next slide, please. And here's how you can contact us. We have our Flood Operations Center telephone line, as well as our email address, flood_center@water.ca.gov. And you can contact us for information or if you wanted to report any type of flood incident. And I'll take questions now if anyone has them.
I was paying attention. I just walked over for another reason. I really appreciate that. And each year, my comment is, this gets better because it's year round. And I have a little experience with floods because when I was growing up, we used to actually have them in Butte County. Now we just want some rain. And so what we clearly know with all the analysis of the climate change that has occurred and is upon us and we're struggling with, this is not a week that we pay attention to being prepared. It's something that needs to be ongoing. Having materials distributed, not after they're needed, but prior to them being needed has been a great effort and has certainly improved each year. So thank you for that. And I see we've changed this from Flood Preparedness Week to Flood Preparedness. We need to always be aware because we could be Kentucky, Alaska, Yosemite, Montana, Oroville at any unexpected time. So thank you for that. Board members?
Just want to note
Member
that
Grego?
When I
Someone
was
who
working for
has
Congress-
experienced flood.
when I was working for Congressman Garamendi, I had the opportunity to attend these workshops. Well-structured, good information, and the attendance was, huge. And so it was very valuable to the locals.
Right, I agree. The outreach is tremendous. Even if we have 12 counties scheduled, other counties will participate, and we typically get, 30 to even 50 participants at each meeting. So about at least 400 participants across the state. And this was pre-pandemic, of course, so we'll see how the stats form up this year, but we're very hopeful for a lot of in-person attendance. Thanks.
It certainly was necessary that we allow for virtual participation when we needed to be safe because of the pandemic. But we also learned that it's a very useful mechanism to have more people join and not have to travel. So it's good we're continuing that. Anyone in the audience? Questions, comments, congratulations? Any hands up? Do you see any hands up? Okay, not. Thank you very much for that information. And have our policy advisor, board staff, Darren Soon, come forward and present the resolution for us to adopt and place on our wall, I guess.
Thank you, President Dolan, Vice President Valines, members of the board. Again, Darren Soon. I just want to, first of all, commend Lance, Mr. Ablang, for his presentation. As someone who formerly served in his role, just nice to see the department is well prepared for things that may come. You know, we saw just recently how quickly the weather can change with the recent rain events that we got. So as you said, President Dolan, to always be prepared is something a mantra that we need to establish. Here today to present a resolution for you. I won't get into all the whereases, but just, you know, for public sake, 1 in 5 Californians are at flood risk, as well as $880 billion worth of structures in this state. And each county has declared a flood emergency over the past 2 decades. So it's imperative that we continue to keep this top of mind, even though we're still in a drought. And we look forward to joining our partners, DWR, the Army Corps of Engineers, in raising awareness about our flood risk through whether it's social media, media interviews, or resolutions.
Or sharing our own experiences that can happen when we don't expect them.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. And
Yes.
tabletop exercises too for communities that are
Yeah.
willing to do that. So
Thank you for
present
that.
this to you for your adoption.
All right. Is there a motion to adopt the board resolution? Member Countryman. Seconded Member Grego. Anybody want to talk about it some more? Someone asked me once, what do you wish while you're on the flood board? And I said, rain, but not too much. I think I overdid that. So I'm going to just say rain. This last Monday was lovely, and we'd like to see it again, but not too much. We don't want danger. We just want rain. All right. I don't see Mr. Jones, so I'm going to just call for a voice vote on this. All members of the board who want to vote in approval, say aye. Anybody want to say nay? Motion is adopted. Resolution is adopted. We will share it and show it. Thank you very much. At this time, I will call a 10-minute break. We are honored this morning to have the Natural Resources Secretary, Mr. Crowfoot, with us. And we will be able to see and say hello to our new board member, Keely Bosler. He's going to come forward and administer the oath. So we're in recess of the official meeting.
No,
Secretary wants to share something.
but I'm happy to do that on the unofficial record, but go for it. Okay,
Back on the official.
We'll be on the official record.
okay. Well,
We got an official here. Thank you, board members, for helping me out.
I'll just say we're
Good
thrilled,
morning.
obviously. Thank you very much, and thanks for the invitation to be here. We are thrilled to, on behalf of Governor Newsom, swear in your newest colleague, Keely Bosler. And I just wanted to put this, the addition to your board, in context. And because I haven't been to one of your meetings in person, take an opportunity to thank you and congratulate you as you get to the end of finalizing your 2022 flood plan, which is obviously so important. You know, I will say, I think we all recognize that climate change is on the march. And as Governor Newsom says, the dries are getting drier, the wets are getting wetter, and the hots are getting hotter. In the last several months in my role, I've been heavily focused on wildfire, drought, and of course, extreme heat, in which we experienced the longest, hottest heat wave in our state's history just a couple weeks ago. But as you all know, and better than I, flood is never too far away as a threat. And I'll note just the national attention that California's flood risk received in recent weeks and months with that seminal study coming out of UCLA on the potential of the arc storm and it's the potential devastation across the Central Valley. So I'll just note that the work that you do has never been more important, and appreciate your focus, your commitment, your constancy, even as we're dealing with all of these other more acute threats this summer. Governor Newsom is obviously prioritizing all that we can do to reduce flood risk, and that's reflected in the budget investments that he and the legislature have made in recent years. And it's reflective in the appointment that I get to formalize here today. No one has been more important to state government, and resilience investments in the last several years than Keely Bosler. You all know her well. I mean, she has guided a state budget that is larger than most countries toward achieving all the priorities that the governor and the legislature have. And in our agency, that means billions of dollars towards climate resilience investments and flood protection. So I'm excited to invite Keely to come forward. And as you all know, because you've been through this is an opportunity for us to swear her in, which is an obligation that we each take before assuming public service on behalf of the state of California. So Keely has seen this and done this, but it's probably been a little while. So I would raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Keely Bosler,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to protect and defend
to protect and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Yay.
You want to?
I just want to say I'm very humbled to join this esteemed group, and I'm very excited to also be able to utilize some of my experience, especially over the last 4 years being the Director of Finance, to help really bring and drive attention to this important public safety issue. And just, no time like the present to keep moving forward and build upon all the work that you all have been shepherding over the last several years. So very, very excited to be here, and I will officially join you for your next meeting. But I'm very, very excited to join this group, and I'm very humbled to learn from all of you. So look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing us to participate in the ceremony with you. All right, now we're going to take a break for 10 minutes.
Mine just went dead.
That's Flood Week. Yeah, let me know. I'm not sure. Yes, you did. Is it here or is it in the middle? Tell me what. That's good.
Turn your mic on. Flood Board meeting is reconvened. Thank you for allowing us that break. Would have taken it anyway. We are now at the section of the agenda called Board Items. Item number 10. And 10A and B kind of flow together, if I have that correctly. They are regarding the 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update, schedule, all the things that will be before us, and then a board resolution. So I'm going to turn this part of the agenda over to Ruth Darling of the Flood Planning and Programs Branch. And I will start by thanking you for all of the work that you have done and will continue to do for what I think will be a successful adoption of the plan.
Thank you, President Dolan. Good morning. My name is Ruth Darling. I'm a program manager with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. And this morning, I would like to provide a brief update on the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan schedule and the availability of revised documents. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. You can go to slide 3, actually.
Light.
Thank you. So the 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update is accompanied by the following documents: the State Plan of Flood Control Descriptive Document Update, the Flood System Status Report Update, the Conservation Strategy Update and its associated appendices, as well as the CEQA addendum. These documents are required by the Central Valley Flood Protection Act of 2008. And all of these documents will be released on October 14th of 2022. Next slide, please. The board posted the 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update and its associated documents that were outlined on the previous slide for a 45-day public comment period on April 21st, 2022. Consistent with the act, the board held 2 public hearings in May to receive public comments in Stockton as well as in Sacramento, and 1 virtual hybrid public meeting was held on May 19th. Next slide, please. So just a brief overview as a reminder for the associated documents that are included, accompanied with the plan. The State Plan of Flood Control descriptive document provides a detailed inventory of all SPFC features, including levees, weirs, bypasses, channels, pumps, dams. It is a reference for flood management agencies, and it's a requirement of the Flood Control Act of 2008. Next slide, please. The 2022 Flood System Status Report update describes the physical status of the SPFC facilities on a system-wide level. It helps to guide future inspection, evaluation, reconstruction, and improvement of facilities. And it's a requirement of California Water Code 9120. Next slide, please. The Conservation Strategy Update is a primary component and a supporting document of the flood plan. Its purpose is to integrate ecological principles with flood risk reduction projects. It provides guidance to floodplain managers on integrating project components and management strategies that benefit native species and their habitats. Next slide, please. There are several appendices to the conservation strategy. These are all posted online. From Appendix A to C listed here on this slide support the conservation strategy. Next slide, please. And then a continuation of the appendices to the conservation strategy from Appendix D to F. Appendix G are the advisory committee recommendations, as well as Appendix H, which is climate change adaptation for the conservation strategy update. In addition, the CEQA for the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan in 2022 is an addendum to the 2012 Program Environmental Impact Report. The addendum evaluates proposed refinements and new information since 2017. There are no new or greater impacts identified. There's no new information of significant importance. Only minor technical changes necessary as what led DWR to develop an addendum to the CEQA document. Next slide, please. So with that, this slide represents our updated adoption schedule. So the board hosted 3 public workshops to address comments on the plan and its associated documents during the public review process. The board directed changes on the draft 2022 CVFPB update and associated documents at these workshops. And DWR, in coordination with flood board staff, are developing revised documents based on board direction and public comments. In accordance with the Central Valley Flood Protection Act of 2008 and Water Code Section 9612D, the board is required to post for public review the revised 2022 update and its associated documents 2 weeks prior to adoption. The board will be able to review the revised update and its associated documents beginning on October 14th, 2022. DWR and the Flood Board will post these on their websites. At the October 28th regular business board meeting, board, after its review of the revisions posted on October 14th, may direct DWR to make any final changes to the revised update and associated documents. At this meeting, the board will also present for discussion the draft resolution of adoption. In any event there's any changes that are requested by the board,
The board will post the revised 2022 update and associated documents along with the board adoption of resolution on November 4th, 2022. On November 18th, 2022, the board will adopt the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. That will provide the required 2 weeks of posting for public review on the board's website, as they're consistent with the Flood Protection Act and California Water Code. So this is my apologies, will you go back? Thank you. This is a revision from the proposed adoption date in October 28, but this revision will give the board ample time to review the revisions to the plan after October 14th. So that will be a 2-week review period for any last final changes to the flood plan and any associated documents, as well as the draft resolution will be discussed on October 28th. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to the board for any questions.
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment that we need to keep to these dates, and I know that we will. There was a little slippage for very good reasons and making sure there was consultation. I'd almost called you yesterday and asked you to put up that bubble chart of all of the outreach activities that occurred in the last 2 years. And it's been extensive, and we'll look to the plan and make sure all of those comments are honored. And I think that they are. I think that the team of plan update from DWR and you and your amazing team have really done a good job. And constant workshops, coordinating committee, and that it was on every board agenda, I think helped as well. So people feel, I hope they feel that they were heard, and that it will be a good plan. The effort will be to implement it and not just congratulate ourselves for doing a plan. Board members, any input on this? So I'm posting all of these in ink on my calendar with reminders. This is going to be, so the revised plan incorporating the comments we know, and there are new sections. I understand more information regarding climate change, more information regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I forgot the other conservation strategy will include input and then also identify as an appendix all comments and how they were handled, because some were clearly more implementation and plan as an example. So I think it will be good. So that will go live on the website of the Flood Board and DWR's plan website. There was some announcement regarding that went out by email yesterday, which was helpful.
And we'll send an email blast out on October 14th to allow board staff and all the support that we've received knowledge that it's been posted.
We do have quite an email database. Always needs to grow. Okay. Board members? Our resolution group is working on it, so we're looking forward to that on the 28th. She slid right into the next item. She didn't? Okay, next item. Sorry, that was B or A. Now we're on to B.
Thank you, President Dolan. Next slide, please. Okay, I will move on to agenda item 10B. And this is the board resolution of adoption discussion on proposed themes that have risen to the level of priority to be discussed in a public forum while in developing the resolution of adoption. Next slide, please. Thank you. Next slide. So these are the themes that we have brought forth today to discuss. Increased risk related to climate change and arc storm analysis, setting new regulatory standards based on information and analyses that we know from 2017 and the 2022 update as it relates to climate change, diversity, equity, and inclusion. You'll recall that the board adopted a diversity, equity, inclusion resolution in November of last year. So we would like to include some of the advancement that the task force has made in this effort, as well as available funding for implementation of the 2022 CVFPB update. So with that, I think we could start with the first theme. These are just some facts that we've pulled out of the plan. So as it relates to climate change and arc storm, to just sort of set the stage for discussion. And I'd like to turn it over to Brian and Tim to open it up for discussion, if that's okay.
Yeah. Excuse me, I'll turn the microphone on.
Board Member Johnson.
Board Member Johnson and Board Member Ramirez, thank you.
So I think what I would like to do is start with just, kind of a framing for how we're thinking about the adoption resolution, and Tim will continue with me. And I'm not sure exactly how it relates to your slides, but I think it'll be okay. And we'll have an opportunity for you all to engage with us on the resolution. And then again, as Ruth said, we'll be bringing it to you as our proposal in draft form at the next meeting, and then as our proposal to you for adoption and at the meeting after that in November. So the form of it will be, for those of you who've been here for a while, like the other resolutions, it will have all of the things that any adoption resolution would need to, recounting the statutory history and the record of consultation, CEQA, and such, and adopt it. We will also propose to use the resolution to shine a spotlight on some of the key themes, as Ruth said, that pervade the plan, including, in particular, the state's increased focus on equity and integration with other state plans and coordination of our state activities and activities with partners toward our projects. It will also shine a spotlight and characterize some of the key findings, from the plan in our voice, in order to reinforce key points, including in particular the really startling results from the climate modeling, which ought to be a call to action for all of us. And key for me among the conclusions that we'll be drawing out from the plan and bringing to you are, really go to this sense of urgency, and particularly in the face of the increasing pace of climate change. And it's a really good plan, and we will be noting that, in fact, we have made some very significant progress, but also that the plan reveals that the pace and scale of the progress is not what any of us would want, as measured by pace and scale of project completion, reduction of risk, movement toward conservation strategy objectives, level of investment in the system, and more. And then the final thing that the resolution will do is enable us to be on record about things that we want to commit to reemphasize or follow through with, to do our part in accelerating that pace and scale and in implementing the plan. And I can turn it over to Tim to talk, specifically about a couple of those, and including the one that's on the board here.
Board Member Ramirez.
Thank you, President Dolan. Thank you, Brian. Let me just add that for four of us, this is the third time we've considered a plan, right? This is the third plan under the state law when it was changed 15 years ago. And it might have just been the fact that we had our newest colleague sworn in today, and I was thinking back a little bit just this morning with the secretary here as well. Each of those had their own themes, which might be if you asked each of us, there might be different themes, but 2012, 10 years ago, was a scramble, at least I think for a lot of us who were newly appointed then, for 6 months of trying to bring people together to support it. And so 2012 was, we have a plan, first one, right? Big deal. 5 years ago, to maybe paraphrase former President Edgar, was take care of what we have, right? Like, how much does that cost? What do we really have? What do we know about it? What condition is it in? And how much money do we need? How resources do we need to do that work? And for me, now, this is 2022. What are we going to do about it? And as Brian just said, the pace and the scale, if anything, have only been continually emphasized because of things like this that are on the screen now, most recently with the ARC storm results from the study from UCLA. Some of the same people were on a panel that I was able to be a part of a full year ago in the fall, which got very little attention. But we said the same things then, but they were chronicled and explicitly called out and substantiated technically in the study that was presented from UCLA, and it got a lot of attention. And that's great. We want to capitalize on those kinds of things, and it really builds on the work that is also part of the plan. So in the staff report for today, the 4 big areas that we brought to people's attention, which we heard from folks during the last few months, are climate, standards, money, and DEI. Not everything fits under all 4 of those umbrellas, but most everything does. And I think we want to hear from our colleagues here on the board first, and then people that are out there to help us fine tune what goes in the resolution so that we have a bit of a path forward. The plan, hopefully, when we all see it, we'll have the comments addressed in the way that we think that they have been, and we'll confirm that. But I think Brian and I are really focused on the resolution. What can we say in the resolution that will help the board and the board staff prioritize what those things are that we can do, that we have the responsibility for? It's a very long list of things that need to be done in the plan. We can't do all of them at once. So we want to focus our attention on the things that we think are the most important, and some of those ideas are here. And also make sure that we know, if it's not us, who else is involved. And so if you're listening or you're in the room and there's something here that you think is important that either you think we have the responsibility for or your agency has a responsibility for, help us fine tune those things and call them out in a way that we could use the resolution as our own plan to implement and to prioritize the things that are in the 2022 update. And we all have our own list of things, and I don't want to speak for our colleagues. I think we'd like them to chime in as well about what some of those things are, and maybe we can come back before we open it up to the public if we miss anything along the way. But we've all been here for the last few months, and we know what we've heard, and we know what things have floated to the top, and Brian articulated a lot of those. So before I add to that list, I'm going to pause and maybe just ask if anybody else wants to contribute here from the board. And then I know Ruth has some additional slides, which we can also use if we need. But Brian and I and Ruth don't want to be the people that do most of the talking. We want to try to find a way to get people to contribute. And we know that our colleagues will do that, but we also want the folks who are listening to start. And today is really just that. It's the start. This is the invitation. We'll bring back a draft in October, and that will, we hope, generate some additional discussion. But this is people's chance to help us think about what's going to be in that draft and how it's going to be organized.
Seems like we could put that as an item at coordinating committee and reconvene advisory committee at least once before that as well, for that conversation. Board members? Member Grego.
Yeah, thank you for that. And we have had a lot of discussion about other things that may be included in the resolution. For myself, living in Yuba County since the early 60s, we're always running from something there, you know, whether it's floods or fires. We have a lot of experience with disasters. I was in the 3 evacuations, 86, 97, and 2017. And I think that You know, our job here is about levies and permitting, encroachments, enforcements. But I think that we would not be doing any justice with this plan without looking at evacuation planning. I don't believe it's stepping out of our lane. I believe it's all part of it, building levees, but also making sure that public safety is addressed. And being through 3 evacuations, I can tell you it's not orderly and it's not fun and it's not nice. I've taken 3 hours to go 1 mile. I've seen the fistfights at the gas station and people trying to get gas in their car. I saw people that didn't decide to leave because they don't have a car and there was no means of transportation for them to get out. We're fortunate that we didn't lose more lives in these predicaments, but I think it's something that we have to at least look at and address and make sure that public safety is addressed. I've lived in that community, like I said, since the early 60s. In 2017, instead of taking the back roads like I should have, I went the regular course where everybody else was. And the highway was nothing but a parking lot for hours and hours and hours. No law enforcement was out there. Everybody was on their own. When cars ran out of gas, they got pushed off to the side. Lots of fights, lots of arguments on that highway. So I think in the resolution, I hope that we can support looking at evacuation planning as part of that, you know, to look and make sure that those things are addressed. Thank you.
Other comments, board members? Thank you, members Johnson and Ramirez. It's just started. We look forward to more information from you and the discussion. Anyone in the audience want to make comments on the themes and ideas for the resolution? Is it all right if I ask the audience now? Member Greer, Ramirez.
Just one more thing, and maybe try to just explicitly connect some of the dots here, and maybe draw out some other comments. The topic we heard the most about, obviously, was the hydrology and climate change, and the workshop that we had. And it was perhaps coincidentally well-timed with the study from UCLA with the arc storm information. And there's been a lot of discussion since then, I think, about what that means. And we know it's going to continue to be updated and we're going to get better information all the time. And that's great. But I think at some point, now that we're in the 21st century and we're maintaining a system that was built in the 19th in part and the 20th, the standards need to somehow reflect that information being updated. And I don't want to put anybody on the spot. If anybody wants to help connect the dots to the standards here, I think that's something we're also going to want to be explicit about, because I think there is a path, and we're not going to change the standards in the resolution. We can't do it that quickly. It deserves the time and study that is necessary. But I think some folks have thought about what that looks like. And if anybody else would like to offer insight or commentary on that, I think we'd welcome it now, but just know that that's something that we are definitely going to try to articulate with help from people on the board and some of the staff, I think, from the department, so that we know what that looks like and there's a bit of a plan moving forward, rather than we're going to update it in 2027. That seems insufficient at this point. So if anybody has any comments on that, that would be great. And if not, we can just know that people are going to share that with us, we hope, and we'll bring it back in October.
Can you advance this slide, please? Just to
I would say go do that work.
speak to the design standard theme that we've brought forth.
Who's moving the slides forward?
That one. Thank you.
There we are.
So thank you for the context for that Board Member Ramirez. I think that the challenge that we face here is that, the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan is that it's a plan. It's not a design document. And we aren't land use planners, but, so we hear a lot of that feedback. We also heard a lot in 2017 that we as the Central Valley Flood Protection Board need to make a statement about what design standards should be. And so we have an extensive data and analysis that's been done over the last 10 years. And now we have extensive data and analysis on the climate. We have a low, medium, and high scenario in the plan. And so we have a lot at our fingertips to move forward on this request that we've heard since the plan's been out, right, since 2012. And as Board Member Ramirez highlighted, that we know that design standards are out of date. So
Yeah.
just wanted to add that as well.
Let me push a little bit more just for fun, since we have time. When was the workshop we had in West Sacramento? Was that 2 years ago?
February of 2020.
2020. And I can hear the voice and I can see the face, and you know who you are, you're out there. But somebody, as part of that workshop, turned to us and said, tell us what to design to. Like, we need you to tell us what we need to design to. And so we've heard that since then, and we've heard it in different forums. And it's not an easy question to address, but that's the question that we're trying to address. And so I see somebody leaning forward. Maybe I'm going to just pause for a second. Did you want to contribute something here, Joe?
Member Countryman?
Well, I do believe that we need to move in a direction of developing a design standard. And it's not unusual at all in flood projects and the feasibility planning stage to develop the basic hydrology for the design that's done in the later design part of the project. So it's not out of line at all to develop that type of thing as part of the planning process. I think in the past we said, well, this is just planning. You can't use it for design. But in the end, we have to know what we're trying to accomplish and how we're going to accomplish it. And to do that, I think we do need to set at least the hydrologic design standard. I know we're not there with this report, but what I've been saying is that the next version, the 5-year version from now, needs to have design standards in it. And I think we need to aim in that direction.
Other board members? Any hands up here in the audience? Want to weigh in on that? I understand we have a chat that should be read, if you would, please.
Madam President, members of the board, yes, Rick Reinhardt put in the chat, can you clarify what you mean by design standards are out of date?
Well, my first meeting of the board, I was told that all of our regulations and design standards were out of date, needed to be updated to the 20th century because they had not really been looked at for such things as materials used and safety and setbacks and maintenance, even maintenance roads. So we've been struggling with that since then. We were going to have that all done by the month after adopting the 2012 plan. So I think it's kind of a wide open question. We don't have, we have not discussed and described what we want plan improvements to be. Generally we have, but not specifically. So it's a challenge. Will we get there? Maybe not, but it's time to address.
And just to emphasize what was said earlier, we've been tasked, Brian and I have, to work on this. And so if there are folks that would like to chat about this between now and October, please reach out. We'd be happy to have those discussions. And Ruth's going to be our support for this as well. So maybe start with Ruth, and then we'll find a way to get together and talk more about these things so we can bring it back with that insight provided. We'd welcome that opportunity.
I'm told there's a hand up. Mr. Reinhardt, you wish to speak? I have no idea who allows you to have access to sound. So I'll call on Rick Reinhardt, who's online, to speak.
President Dolan, can you hear me?
Just barely.
Well, I guess I'm a little lost in this discussion. We have a standard for urban areas that's 200-year, and those urban areas, as part of their ULOP finding, have to take climate change into consideration. We have a 100-year standard for the small communities, and then we have a repair standard for the rural areas to be able to pass the design events. And so I'm just not following the dialogue of where we're deficient. What problem are we trying to solve, or what are we saying of that standard that I just laid out needs to be further developed? I apologize. I'm not following the conversation of the problem that the board and staff are defining that we need to solve with the design standard.
Oh, you want, all right. This is very awkward. I feel like I'm watching a tennis match. So I look at those who are going to present the resolution, and I have to make sure, Mr. Countryman, you're on.
I mean, it's interesting that Mr. Reinhardt says that we have standards, that we have a 200-year design standard and a 100-year. And then I ask you, well, what is it on the San Joaquin River? What is the 200-year flow? That's what I'm talking about. Not that the standard needs to be changed, but we need to put some meat to it. What is it that's going to be designed to? And that's what's been missing.
You mean the climate change? What is the 200-year flow with consideration of climate change that we should be designing these projects to? Is that my understanding of what you're saying?
Yes.
Great, thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Reinhardt. Do we have any other hands up online? I can tell when this comes forward and we have a bit more time, it's going to be a robust discussion. So thank you for your work. Be ready to move on?
We have a couple of other topics that we might mention.
Oh, you do?
Well, we wanted to leave space on this one
Oh, okay.
for our discussion
Okay.
before we introduce the others. And then
Go right ahead.
my microphone was off. I apologize if that affected folks in the audience. I was just mentioning a couple of other things that, well, speaking for myself at least, that I'm considering. Excuse me. One, and many of these will sound familiar to folks who follow our meetings closely. One of them is an acknowledgement that we'd like to review our own regulations, including regulations for encroachments, to see if they're adequate and if there are ways to optimize advancement of projects, including recognition that there may be a difference between an encroachment to a levee and a redesign of a levee or a habitat restoration project, and that we may have better ways to approach the work and advance the pace and scale. We've also a category of recommendations and requests that are in the plan and that we heard through the coordinating committee and the advisory committee to the conservation strategy, including coordination and alignment of state priorities to advance certain types of projects. And I'm thinking here of easing constraints and reconciling potential conflicts and toward mitigation requirements and permitting on mitigation, and relationship between long-running, flood imperatives and species constraints for, mitigation areas. And whether the resolution, as I see it, isn't adopting changes, but I think there's a category of things where we're acknowledging issues that we see in the plan and from the community and committing ourselves to making progress like that. And a few things that we've heard from in previous meetings that could exist outside the plan, but to me are, part of our effort to advance the plan, like ensuring that we have adequate capacity and strategy for enforcement for that program, and for the DF program and certain other priorities that to me are part and parcel of our effort to implement the plan. And I'd be happy to take, comment on any of those. And if we don't, or if you think of things after this meeting that are in that category that you would like to have us affirm as part of the plan, I would recommend going to Ruth as the staff contact. And then we'll work on those as part of the staff recommendations that we will bring back to you at the next meeting.
Thank you. Before I ask if we want any input, are those all the bullets and all the slides?
You can advance the slide.
More? Okay. Diversity, equity, inclusion, and we'll be receiving updated information on implementation from our own task force
Right.
within the board. That's great.
That's right. President Dolan, we will have a presentation in front of the board on October 28th.
Great.
To describe the vision for the diversity, equity, and inclusion, which was stated in the adoption of resolution.
Is there another slide?
One more. And the funding. So as Board Member Ramirez put it, the money.
Very difficult to do anything unless there's money to do it. When you have resources, you can make progress. So we do need to address that. The needs are great. So is the funding that is needed to do it. And we should just be clear about that. Keeps me up at night.
And that concludes the slides.
There's a chapter on this in the plan, and certainly the initial plan was good and it's going to be updated and have more analysis and descriptive text and slides. Okay. Could be fun. Is that it?
Thank you. That's all I have.
So comments that people have as you think about this and want to make that, would you direct them to Ruth Darling of the flood board staff? That would be the best way to do it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hands up. Okay. I'm being advised, I don't see any hands up here, and I'm being advised there aren't any there, so we will proceed. Here's my plan. We're going to take the next item, then we're going to take our lunch break. Just so you know. Item 10C is the Lower San Joaquin River Feasibility Cost Share Agreement and Local Feasibility Cost Share Agreement. I'm not doing very good today with that. Mr. Sanowski, you're going to introduce this item?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just getting to know what everybody looks like.
Yes, good morning, President Dolan, Vice President Valines, members of the board. My name is Dustin Sanowski. I'm with the board staff with the Flood System Improvement Branch. Unfortunately, I picked up a cold this week and I really didn't want to spread that amongst the group, so I'm doing it remotely.
Well, I appreciate that.
Absolutely. I'm here with Ryan Young. He's from DWR's Flood Projects Branch. We'll be talking about the Feasibility Cost Share Agreement and Local Feasibility Cost Share Agreement for the Lower San Joaquin River, Lathrop and Manteca, California feasibility study. Last month, we provided an informational briefing, and today we are asking for approval from the board.
Yep.
Next slide, please. So requested board action, please adopt resolution number 2022-24, to enter into a feasibility cost share agreement, enter into a local feasibility cost share agreement, delegate board council authority to sign the certificate of authority, delegate the executive officer authority to sign the self-certification of financial capability, and delegate the board president authority to sign the certification regarding lobbying. Next slide, please. And this is where I'll hand it off to Ryan Young.
Thanks, Dustin. Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board. My name is Ryan Young, and I am the Department of Water Resources Project Manager on behalf of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board for the Lower San Joaquin River, Lathrop and Manteca, California feasibility study. This project is a collaboration between the Army Corps of Engineers, the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency, and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board in coordination with DWR. Next slide, please. The feasibility cost share agreement will follow an Army Corps of Engineers model agreement and will be a three-party agreement between the Army Corps of Engineers, the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency, and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. Next slide, please. The local feasibility cost share agreement will be between the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. Last week, the CVFPB Board of Directors authorized Executive Director and General Counsel to execute the FCSA and the LFCSA. And CVFPB will also be the lead CEQA agency. Next slide, please. The study will follow the Army Corps of Engineers 3x3x3 format, which is a 3-year study, $3 million, and 3 levels of review. It will follow a typical cost share for a study, which is 50% Army Corps of Engineers and 50% non-federal sponsors. And the non-federal sponsors will then split the cost and responsibilities equally, 50% to the state and 50% to CVFPB. And now Dustin will walk you through the rest.
Yeah, next slide, please. So the feasibility study overview. This study will be a USA Smart 3x3x3 feasibility study, like Ryan just mentioned. It is a follow-on study to the original study done for the Stockton area, which had a chief's report signed in 2018, and is the current USA Lower San Joaquin project currently in design. This new study will focus on the Lathrop and Manteca area, including the area in RD-17 that was removed from the original study due to EO 11988 concerns over development within the floodplain. This new study will focus on flood risk management and ecosystem restoration in the southern area shown on the map, and the objective is to obtain 200-year flood protection. Next slide, please. So the study timeline, back in December of 2017, there was a letter of intent sent to the Army Corps. Last month, we provided an informational, and this month we are looking to have the FCSA and LFCSA approved. There's also a signing ceremony next Friday, September 30th. And the goal is to have these feasibility study complete by October of 2025 within those 3-year period. Next slide, please. And so again, the requested board action, adopt resolution number 2022-24 to enter into a feasibility cost share agreement, enter into a local feasibility cost share agreement, delegate board council authority to sign certificate of authority, delegate the executive officer the authority to sign the self-certification of financial capability, and delegate the board president authority to sign the certification regarding lobbying. Next slide, please. And at this point, we'd like to open up for any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. And you've said the action that needs to be done at least twice. Both of you gentlemen have done that, so I won't repeat it. Thank you very much for doing that. Board members have any questions, comments, input? I hope it doesn't take 3 years. Let's do it in 1 year. We know it needs to be done here. We need to get moving. Anyone in the audience? Is there anyone who should be acknowledged? Mr. Elias, thank you for being here. We need to move on this. You've been working hard on it, so we'll do what we can.
Can I ask a question just to get him to come to the podium?
Yes.
Would that be okay? And thank you, Jane, for doing that.
Good morning, sir. It's always good to see you.
Good morning, President Dolan.
Maybe you could explain just very quickly, because now you have the microphone, how this will neatly dovetail with the other feasibility study that's on the map, how it's going to be brought together.
No, I'm trying to kind of put it in context, the questions.
The first map had the phase one,
Correct.
and so this is related.
Correct.
That's the question.
Okay, so the the map itself, so basically, this is the, maybe we need to call it the map so the audience can see what we're talking about. Is that possible to get back to the map, Ryan?
Can you lift the microphone a little bit so we can hear you better?
Okay, all right. Are we able to?
Better, thank you.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. So the map that's before you here, the olive color is the North Stockton area. The salmon color is the Central Stockton area. Those two areas compose the Lower San Joaquin River Phase 1. Okay, that's the project we're working on right now. It's been authorized by Congress. Again, in partnership with this board, we did, it was in 2020 that we signed the project partnership agreement with September 2020 that we signed that agreement. And that project got authorized and it's right now, it's been one of the increments. The first increment is 100% design and is scheduled to go to construction the next year or so. Okay, that's great news.
Yes.
And then, just as Dustin spoke about earlier on, the second portion, which is the area that is brown, that's marked RD17, that area was excised from the original project due to concerns about unwise use of floodplain. Well, since then, our local land use agencies have worked in partnership with the state to take out some areas, from further consideration as developable. So now they've essentially been through general plan activities and land use agency, work. They're now basically dedicated open spaces. Okay, and that's a significant leadership effort by our community. And I want to kind of acknowledge that because this kind of relates to the comment that Member MJ made earlier on regarding land use activities. So, but since then, we worked with your staff and the Department of Water Resources to really put on a study that currently has been finalized with a preferred plan. And that plan is essentially waiting for the federal government to essentially come back on and reconsider the area for study. So that's why we are here today. So I do want to commend the department and the board for really working very closely with us to advance that study, which has now resulted in a preferred plan that's going through CEQA process, and we're looking to advance that to administrative draft EIR by the end of this year. On our own, just working as a state and local partner, the state and CJAFCA. And then just fortuitous that the federal government is coming in at this time to be a partner to then subject this area to its own study. So we're delighted. It's a key milestone for us. It's a major achievement. In fact, it's 4 years, 4 months, and 3 days since I've been on the job. And when I got interviewed for the job, this was an assignment that was given as a priority. So I'm delighted that the board is working with us today, and with all the hard work that your staff have done up front to get us to this milestone. We're very grateful. So on behalf of a grateful community, and in light of the seminal study that Secretary Crowfoot referred to earlier on, couldn't ask for a better time to advance this study. So we ask for your approval this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that.
I know I spoke more than what you wanted to hear, but
No, it is what I wanted to hear. And if you don't mind, just President Dolan, for one more second, I just wanted to draw attention to this and the previous item. In 2012, as I'm sure you recall, the priority in the plan was to focus on the bottom of the system and the bypasses. And that was 10 years ago. So back to pace and scale and the discussion we had earlier, the good news is there are so many different entities that are working together to figure this out and how to navigate our processes. The bad news is there are so many entities that have to work together to try to figure out all this and navigate all these things. But it's been time well spent, and CJFPB has done a lot of work. It's really impressive to think about how much has happened in that last 10 years to get us to where we are today. So I just wanted to pause and recognize that and to thank you. And then as we craft the resolution for next month, these are the kind of things that end up floating to the top because they have to. And we should find ways to support the work so it doesn't take 10 years next time.
Thank you, Member Ramirez. Appreciate it.
Important needs need focus, effort, and partnership. And we appreciate the partnership that we have with you. Sometimes it's a little bit frustrating, and for some of us, it's just too slow. But we need to change our phraseology to the things that we hope happen, to the things that are happening.
Thank
So
you.
thank you.
Can I move to
Mr.
approve?
Ramirez, yes, you may talk more.
No, I was going to move to approve the staff recommendation, if we're ready for that.
The motion is before the board to approve the action requested, which has been stated previously and will not be restated at this point. Was there a second? Member Johnson seconds it. Any discussion? Anyone with hands up that want to say something other than please vote? Any hands up? No? All right, please call the roll. Mr. Jones.
Board Member Ramirez,
Aye.
Board Member Griego,
Yes.
Board Member Countryman,
Yes.
Secretary Johnson,
Aye.
Vice President Valines, President Dolan.
Yes.
Excellent.
I'll see you Friday morning.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, members of the board.
Thank you, gentlemen. I see other people who are interested. Thank you for being here. It is now 11:32. We will be back at 12:32. We're going to take an hour for lunch. So are you all. Thank you very much. Recess till 12:32. Yeah. It's a 1 minute there. I see conversations going on. All right, it's 12:42. So those that thought it was to be 12:32, I apologize. But we will stay as long as needed. Just waiting for people to get seated. I see that we are. The board meeting will reconvene. This is Jane Dolan, President, saying that again. So we are in session. The item that we are taking up at this point is under board items. Get the number right. I think it's 10. It's 10 and it's item D as in Dolan. I've said that before, everybody chuckles, but sometimes you can't hear it. I'm going to ask our board policy staff, Darren Soon, to introduce this item. Its entitlement on the agenda is RD 784, request for maintenance area formation. So good afternoon.
Good afternoon, President Dolan, members of the board. Darren Soon back again. As President Dolan mentioned, this is an item request from RD 784. However, you first heard this nearly 3 years ago today. So it's been going on a while. There's been a lot of conversations, and so we'd like to start off with let you know where we're going from here. So we can go with next slide, please. Okay, this is just a vicinity map of the area. You'll see the horseshoe area labeled in the lower left corner there. It's approximately 14 miles southeast of Yuba City and about 7 miles west of Wheatland. Next slide, please. This is just a closer up of the RD 784 levee encompassing the horseshoe area. It's just under 6 miles in length, approximately, so you can see a closer look at the rough outline there. Next slide, please. This is a letter from RD 784 requesting that the state take over this area and their desire, RD 784's desire to no longer operate and maintain the horseshoe area. You have the entire resolution in your board packets as well. Next slide, please. So here's some key dates that during the process that these last few years we've been working on. There's been several conversations. We heard some concerns from the area's representatives, Assemblymember Gallagher and Senator Nielsen. They assembled some stakeholders, board members Villain and Countryman were at a couple of those meetings. There's been subsequent conversations between the horseshoe area landowners and RD 784's board. Unfortunately, they were to no avail, and in April of this year, RD 784 reaffirmed its desire to continue the MA formation. A statement of necessary work, which is a requirement in water code for this process to move forward, was prepared and presented by DWR Flood Maintenance Office. RD 784's board accepted that work, as well as they paid the dollar amount for the formation to actually form the maintenance area. And then, of course, here we are at this meeting now here. Next slide, please. So I just want to draw your attention to water code in this whole process. It's the local agency does not desire, so it's pretty minimal in terms of a hurdle. If this agency no longer desires to continue and operate and maintain, the board or department in the Central Valley of the board shall establish the amount of money necessary to maintain, which is the statement of necessary work, and shall proceed with the formation of the maintenance area. Next slide, please. Okay, so the requested board actions today are to adopt the statement of necessary work that's in your packet, as well as establish that this is not a project pursuant to CEQA guidelines. In other words, it does not have a direct or indirect physical impact to the environment, this particular decision. It will be to adopt the statement of necessary work. That was to operate and maintain the horseshoe area for this fiscal year and next fiscal year. And finally, next bullet, please. Thank you. asking your direction to direct staff to prepare, form the maintenance area, and which would be forming the boundaries of that maintenance area as well as the affected zones in accordance with the depths of flooding. Next slide, please. This was RD 74 approval and waiver. So part of the process is once the statement of necessary work was provided to them, they had an option to waive the 45-day appeal period. Of course, this was back in August, so this is really moot at this point, but I just wanted to just highlight this, that RD 74's willingness to continue on this process and expedite it. And next slide. So the next steps, if the board decides to pursue the formation of the maintenance area and adopt the statement of necessary work, staff will then prepare a description of the boundary map and undergo, that would undergo a CEQA process. And we're anticipating approximately 6 months, could be longer. And then at that time, after that, we would schedule a board hearing and on the map and the benefit zones. And then, of course, it would be presented to the board for adoption resolution to create a maintenance area and file with the county recorder's office. At that point, the maintenance area would be complete, formed and completed. And finally, next slide. This I just wanted to present to you because the horseshoe area itself is a portion of RD 784's total responsibilities. And so this in Water Code 12878.21, it explicitly states that if the board or department forms a maintenance area for a portion of a unit of a project, then the remaining portion is not included in the maintenance area. It's still the responsibility of RD 784 going forward. Okay, next slide. Thank you. And with that, I'll entertain any questions. I also have representatives here from RD 784, Patrick Maher, the general manager, and Jesse Barton, their lead counsel, as well as Mark List from the flood maintenance office. If there are any questions. Thank you.
Let's take the other presentations because what they say might be answers or might generate more. So we'll do that at the end. So who would be up next?
No, this is it.
This is it? 784 does not, to respond to questions? Or did you have information you wanted to provide?
It's up to you. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Jesse Barton.
Jesse. I'm sorry. President Dolan, we may just want to ask if there's any questions from any of the board members first and clear that up. And then we can, we know that we received 2 comment letters on this item and that there are now, I believe, 3 people who want to comment. 2 of the representatives of the property owners and then representative for RD 817.
Well, I apologize if I made it unclear. I certainly was not cutting off comments at this point. I was suggesting that now that we've heard from staff, we would hear from the district, we would hear from the landowners, then we would have an interchange of discussion. But if you want to do it at each point, that's fine. Do board members have any questions or comments for Mr. Soon? Mr. Countryman.
Is the existing horseshoe levee,
It's going to be answered.
where does it stand as far as meeting all of its maintenance requirements so far? Is it a certified for PL 8499?
It is not. It is not. And I don't have the exact ratings, but my understanding is the facility is not certified. It's not qualified for PL 8499.
And there's no letter of intent or anything?
I don't believe we have no letter of intent at this time.
Do we have, well, I wonder what the cost would be to bring that up to the specified standard as we're going along, because we're going to be estimating what the ongoing maintenance is, but what about bringing it up to the current standard before that maintenance goes on?
That's certainly what we could investigate, and that would be part of the letter of intent and SWIFT process. Mark List, you want to say something?
Mark List, DWR Flood Maintenance and Operations Branch. The statement of necessary work before the board includes the cost DWR believes it will take to get us at least as close to PL 8499 compliance as we can. And once a maintenance area is formed, the department would very likely pursue LOI and SWIFT. This system has one other maintainer, RD 817, for about 1.5 mile section of it that is a separate entity. So that at this point, as I understand it, there is no LOI SWIFT in place, but that's part of the process that we provided. So the costs associated with the statement of necessary work before the board today would include maintenance actions over the next 2 years to achieve as close to PL 8499 compliance as we could. But I don't think we'll be able to get PL 8499 compliance on the face of it as of 2 years from now, but some point in the future, that would certainly be our objective.
Excuse me, the reason I'm asking this, I'm wondering, because there's going to be a shift in who's paying. And if it's delinquent maintenance that hasn't been performed, being changed from one entity to another entity.
I'm not sure a maintenance area affects the benefit of property owners that the board will establish as benefiting from those actions. RD 784 bills a portion of that currently. And I can't speak to RD 784's costs and need, but I'm certain they can if you need that.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm just trying to let you know why I'm asking this question.
So I have a couple of questions. Currently, the assessment that is out there is underfunding what is required. Is that correct?
I don't have the exact dollar amounts of the RD 74. Patrick Maher, RD 74.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Patrick Maher, General Manager for Reclamation District 784. Currently, the district does not collect any benefit assessments for the rural portion of the levy, also known as the horseshoe levy.
They don't collect any benefits.
We do not.
And why?
We went through a Proposition 218 election in the 2018 period, and because of a litigation situation, we were not able to include them in the assessment process, and therefore we were only able to assess the urban side. And so from that point on, we made the decision to form the state maintenance area by putting that request to the state. And in order to ensure that we maintain inspections and maintenance out there, we continue to operate and maintain that levy out there, even though we do not collect any benefit assessments.
And so it's my understanding that on the other side of the highway there, that they have zones that they collect assessments on based on risk. And does 784 have the authority to use those dollars in order to maintain the horseshoe levy?
We do not.
Okay.
The maintenance and projects we perform out there are funded by grant money, such as a flood maintenance assistance program. We're currently about to break ground on another pipe replacement next week.
Okay.
And that's been ongoing for years on how we maintain things out there. So we have maintained an acceptable rating on the rural horseshoe levy for the past, I believe, 9 years now. And that's reflected in the DWR fall annual inspection reports.
The litigation that you were speaking of, that was an attempt by 784 to expand the boundaries through LAFCO process. Is that correct?
That is correct. And there was one particular landowner that was not happy with that decision. And so through a settlement, we detached that portion out. And therefore, it made us ineligible to go through the 218 process for the rural side.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board for me?
We'll see.
Okay,
Any more?
I'll stand by. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Does anyone have their hand raised at this point? No raised hands. All right. It appears no more questions for you, but someone's standing right behind you, Mr. Stone.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jesse Barton, General Counsel for RD 784. Happy to answer any questions. It's been going on for some years. I imagine there'll be some questions, and I will answer them to the best of my ability.
You are an attorney?
I am, yes.
You've just given the shortest speech of any attorney who's been here before.
Less is more. Like
I do
like
remember you from,
statements to be remembered rather than people dozing off in the middle of them.
I do remember you 3 years before, because I had served on LAFCO. It was fascinating what can occur. Board members have questions for Mr. Martin? No? No? Mr. Countryman?
I didn't have a question until Member Grego asked a question. I thought that part of the horseshoe was within the district of 784. It was just the upper higher elevation part that was not in 784.
That is an incredibly important distinction to know. Only about 1/3 of the horseshoe was shaped essentially as a bucket. Darren had a photograph of it earlier in the presentation. There's only about 1/3 of it. The lower third is within the legal jurisdictional boundaries of the district. 2/3 is not. And so my client has the legal inability to assess lands not within its jurisdictional boundaries. And this has been a legacy problem since the 1990s. We do not know why that portion of land was not included when RD 784 was originally formed, but it wasn't. It's not worth arguing about why it wasn't. It simply wasn't. But that land is within that horseshoe levy. It's about the upper 2/3.
Right.
And so in order to properly, constitutionally adopt a Prop 218 assessment for that area, we had to go to LAFCO and annex that additional 2/3 of property. And we were ultimately sued. LAFCO was sued. RD 784 was joined as a real party. And ultimately, the judge came back with an unfavorable decision that I certainly disagree with. The judge felt as though that the district had to prove benefit before it could include these lands within the jurisdictional boundary. And that is, in my opinion, nowhere found in the Cortez-Hertzberg Local Formation Act. I don't know why that requirement was imposed. I've never seen it imposed prior. I've never seen it imposed later. But nevertheless, as a result of that decision, there was nothing we could do other than prepare a Prop 218 assessment for lands that we did not have the jurisdictional authority to do, which would be a gift of public funds.
I understand that, but what about the land that is within 784? Have they been assessed?
They had been assessed up until the lawsuit. And at that point, because we lost the ability to include those lands, the district was in very much need for increasing its assessment, not just for the horseshoe, but for the urban side on the west side of the highway. And so what we had to do is we had to bifurcate. We had to go through with the urban assessment because of an urgent need for the money to perform the heightened standards of OMRR&R. Cost a lot more money. We had to go through that process, and with the expectation that we would be able to come back and do a separate assessment just for the horseshoe. And we've tried over a period of years since 2019 to pull that off. We tried forming a community facilities district. That vote was rejected. We tried annexing the land. We were sued. We had an unfavorable decision. We've had numerous conversations with the landowners, and ultimately their solution is for the district to assess the urban lands for the costs associated with the rural, which is not acceptable under Prop 218.
Maybe not legal. So that's why the answer is that currently all of the lands within the horseshoe have not been assessed.
That's correct. Currently. Yeah.
At a time in the past it was, but currently it's not being assessed.
Yeah. In the
Okay,
past, it was 1/3.
thank you.
Yes.
Through the chair, if I might kind of
Yes.
follow up with
Member
what
Grego.
Joe said. When it was being assessed, was it being assessed at a proper amount that really met the maintenance conditions out there?
It did not. It amounted to about $4,000 a year. And we estimated costs to operate properly, operate and maintain that levy at about 100,000.
Wow. And then did the 784 board consider appealing the court's decision? Was that
Seriously,
consideration? No. Okay. Because that was a local judge that made that decision.
That is correct.
Okay. My next question is, and maybe it's meant for our attorney, is that the letters that we received last night and this morning made a lot of statements in regards to our authority and what we're supposed to do here today. And can you expand on that, please?
I can, but I would just proffer that perhaps we would like to hear from the actual property owners. The persons that have submitted those comment letters, I know, wish to speak to the board, so it might be better to respond to them after. But I can answer at your pleasure.
We, last evening by email transmittal, we received a 7-page letter from Day Carter Murphy, Mr. Nevis, and I've been advised he wishes to speak. So perhaps we can hear that first.
Yes, good afternoon, President Dolan and board members. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Ralph Nevis. I'm from the law firm of Day Carter Murphy here in Sacramento. I represent landowners behind the Horseshoe Levee, Shady Oaks Ranch, David and Becky Gibb. All of them are directly affected by this afternoon's item and the potential formation of this maintenance area. As I said in my letter, we find 3 basic reasons why today's action should either be rejected by a vote of this board or at least postponed to a future date so that the staff can be adequately prepared to comply with the water code. There's 3 main reasons why we believe this formation effort and this item today should be voted down. First of all, a maintenance area may only be formed out of an entire unit. As the materials before the board from staff reflect, the unit here is unit number 145. The proposed maintenance area, however, doesn't cover that entire unit. It covers less. Therefore, the definition of what the maintenance area will be doesn't comply with the code. Earlier in the presentation, we heard reference at the very last slide to section 12878.21 regarding a portion of a unit. We submit that that section applies after the noticed hearing and boundary definition process takes place, which is a later part of this process. Where we are today is that there needs to be a definition of the boundary, it needs to be the unit, and then the second point is the parties need to go on, or the board and DWR need to go on to determine what the benefited areas are, and that needs to be done first before preparing the statement of necessary work, because we need to know what we're going to look at and operate and maintain before we can decide what those costs may be. Here, there was an analysis of what those benefited areas might be, but it was deficient. It doesn't comply or provide the rigorous analysis that's necessary to really determine what the benefited areas are. It's called the breach analysis, and it just doesn't meet the code's requirements. It doesn't provide the substantial basis that would be necessary to support the board's decision today. Finally, the statement itself is deficient because it doesn't capture all the work that needs to be done to operate and maintain the Horseshoe Levee. I detailed those things in my letter. I'm not going to rehash them here, But because the statement of necessary work lacks those particulars, it doesn't include all of the cost items, it's deficient and it's not sufficient to support the board's action. So again, the request is that the board either reject this item in full or postpone it to a later date so staff can comply with the water code as it applies to this situation. Thank you.
Turn your mic on, Jane. Thank you, Mr. Nevis. Do board members have any questions for Mr. Nevis? No, no. Just so you all know, hands are up with Stuart Hansen, Tom Engler, Brian Manning. Mr. Council, do you want to hear all of those before you respond, or do you want to respond each time?
I can respond to Mr.
Right now?
Nevis's
That would be
comments
fine.
first. I think it might be clearer that way. So first, excuse me, we disagree with his interpretation of the water code. It is our position that the first step is determine what is needed to get the levee system up to the standard needed for adequate protection. And that is what is encapsulated in the statement of work. What we are not doing is determining what the O&M costs are for the entire area. It is for the actual flood control facility. So that is what that number is that is before you today. Once that is determined, then the board looks to determine what is the benefited area. The second point is that he brings up there is a dispute over a disagreement over the analysis that was performed or is to be performed. He mentioned a breach of a levee analysis. The property owners believe, or they have stated in the past, I don't think it's articulated in Mr. Nevis's comment letter, other than saying that we haven't performed the correct analysis or that we cannot afford to perform the correct analysis. So I'd like to address those 2 points. First is that they have asserted that the correct analysis is to go back essentially to prehistory before anything is out there and determine where the water would flow to determine who is impacted by those flows. The board disagrees with that. We have, in my understanding, a breach of levee analysis has been the proper standard. I believe our consultant, I don't know if he's on the phone today, but that can certainly be discussed. So there's disagreement there. The second point made was that there's an allegation or an assertion that the board made a statement that we could not afford to do the proper analysis. That is a misstatement of facts. The issue discussed between both the board and the property owners is that they had wished, or they again assert that the prehistory, so to speak, analysis needs to be performed. What we said is we believe the analysis that we are performing is the correct analysis, but we cannot afford to pay for the analysis that they want. So there's an important distinction there.
You're finished?
So I think that, go ahead, Jesse. I think Jesse wants to add something there.
Thank you, Jeet, and
Mr. Martin.
members of the board. I'd like to add just a couple of thoughts. I had a chance to quickly read through those letters this morning. And one of Mr. Nevin's first arguments is about the definition of unit. What is before the board today is the transfer of 3 discrete units. Units 3, Units 5, and Unit 6. Those 3 units compose the horseshoe levee. So we're not talking about splitting up units. Mr. Nevis made a reference to the Army Corps unit of 145. But what we're talking about is the formation of a state maintenance area under state law. And state law defines a unit. This is Water Code Section 12878, subsection H. Unit means any portion of the works of a project designated as a unit by the board or department other than works prescribed by section 8361, and those are works that are already operated and maintained by the state, or works operated and maintained by the United States. So unit is specific to state law when we're talking about a state maintenance area, and we are talking about units 3, 5, and 6. So his argument fails twice. First of all, we're not talking about splitting up a unit. We are conveying complete units, and it doesn't apply. Well, both of those arguments are incorporated in the same sentence. We're not splitting anything up. You're getting complete units. And so that argument fails. It just through the statutory text. I don't put any merit in. Mr. Nevis's next argument was that not all the costs were included in the statement of costs. Water Code section 12878.1 subsection C. The statement of costs constitutes the cost to prepare the costs. That's it. It doesn't include all of the O&M and everything associated with that. That starts in Water Code section 12878F. So it isn't even in the same subparagraph. Mr. Nevis's last argument argues that the statement of work must begin before the statement of costs, but then the statement of work and the statement of costs and the definition of the boundaries doesn't begin until section 12878.17. And so this is a situation that many of you read a lot of statutory text. It's actually chronological, unlike many statutory texts, but you can just start through one and go through about 50, and it's a process. And so trying to move something from 17 to 1 just doesn't pass my smell test, frankly. So I don't put any merit in Mr. Nevis's arguments here. Thank you.
Board President Mark List from FMO would like to say a few words. Sorry.
Okay, Mr. List, then we'll go to Mr. Hanson, Mr. Engler, Mr. Manning. Mr. List.
Thank you, President Dolan. The only statement I wanted to make was that there are two costs associated with the maintenance area formation. The first cost is the cost to prepare, which was submitted to RD 784 on 6/8/2021. RD 784 paid $73,000, which includes $5,000 for the department's staff evaluation, $5,000 for the board's CEQA evaluation, and $63,000 for the board's efforts that have not yet started, but will start after this interaction if the board adopts the statement of necessary work to evaluate the boundary, identify the wetted zones, and then determine the benefit area and who gets wet from that condition. The statement of necessary work we prepared is for operations and maintenance. Once maintenance area creation is done, recorded with the county, and then the department would then proceed with that work. Thank you.
Thank you for answering that again. That was with some clarity, at least to me. This is not so simple. Mr. Stuart Hanson, I believe that you're online and wish to make a comment. So you're up now, sir.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you and good afternoon. If I had an hour, I could address and respond to many of the statements made by 784 and their counsel. I don't think fully read to you all the pertinent portions of the code section, but that's, I'm sure, something we'll address at a later time. When 784 came to this board in December of 2019 and told you it wanted to walk away from its horseshoe levy obligations, the members of the board expressed some very serious policy concerns. Among those concerns were two things. One, this would invite a lot of other levy districts to come to the state and dump their problem levies on the state. And number two, that the high cost of levee maintenance by the state would put farmers out of business. We feel that the approach that's been taken by state staff so far in this process is guaranteed to create exactly the problems that concerned you that were discussed at that 2019 meeting. Mr. Countryman put his finger on the problem. You know, we look at this statement and I'm sorry, I don't quite know how to describe it. And after listening to the testimony here a few minutes ago, I'm even more concerned because there are a lot of expenses that are going to have to be incurred to bring this levy up to the PL 8499 or whatever it is standard. And, you know, who's going to pay for that? Just the statement of necessary work that sits before you, if you divide it by the number of acres currently called, you know, the benefited horseshoe area, that's going to put us out of business. Those per acre charges will put us out of business. For 70 plus years, this is important. For 70 plus years, the horseshoe levy was part of 784's overall integrated system. Studies were done, benefits were assessed. We were charged $4 an acre. I know that's not enough in today's world, but the numbers we're talking about now are going from $4 to $60 or even close to $100 an acre. That's bankruptcy. And if we layer on formation costs, which are sure to be very expensive, and on top of that, you know, who knows how many millions in dollars to bring this levy up to standard, which tells me it's a substandard levy now, forget it. You know, we're all going to be out of business. As we read the code, those formation costs and the costs necessary to bring the levy up to standard are supposed to be paid by the local agency. The code creates a disincentive for local agencies to walk away from their contractual duties by requiring them to pay the cost of forming the maintenance area and turning over a levy that doesn't have a lot of deferred maintenance or is substandard. That's only fair. So who's going to pay the costs if it's not going to be charged to the local agency? 780, just on the engineering alone, 784 has told us numerous times, the cost to perform a proper engineering study will run between $175,000 and $400,000. This statement doesn't include anything like that. So I don't see how, if you read the code and you read the requirements of what are supposed to be in the statement and supposed to be charged to the local agency, that this statement is at all compliant with the water code. And I don't think that the board can go forward with it. There's no wonder that 784 jumped to not object to this statement. I mean, it's, you know, it's the deal of the decade for them. If the board proceeds forward in this manner, you're going to create a wonderful precedent. Not wonderful for the state of California, and it's certainly not wonderful for the landowners soon to be put out of business. But it's very wonderful for the RDs who want to come to this board and get rid of problem levies. I think continuing on this path that's now presented to you guarantees that the problems you are anguishing over in December 2019 will visit your doorstep. And I think to a far greater extent than this board feared. Thank you.
President Dolan, if I could just respond to a couple of points being made.
Council Dua, yes.
Thank you. Again, I just wanted to clarify that the property owner's understanding or belief of what a proper study is and what the cost would be, mentioned anywhere from $175,000 to $400,000, was an amount that we had estimated it would cost to do the study that they want, not necessarily what we believe is the correct study. Again, we believe that we are doing the correct study. So again, I just wanted to clarify that for the record, that board staff does not believe we have not done the proper study. Secondly, the water code is not discretionary on whether or not the board needs to form a maintenance area. The operative language is shall. If a local does not wish to or cannot or can no longer maintain a portion of their responsibility, they can request that the board form a maintenance area. It doesn't make sense to me that an RD that cannot afford to maintain and therefore is asking the state to form a maintenance area is first required to pay to bring that levy up to standard before a maintenance area is formed. If they could do that, they would be maintaining it in perpetuity. Thank you.
My question for you, Board Counsel, is if I understand part of what you said, you said some other things, but you said it is not discretionary upon the board to take this action according to the California Water Code, that once it is requested.
It is not discretionary whether to form a maintenance area if one is requested. Certainly, you have the discretion whether or not to adopt the statement of necessary work, to adopt and approve the benefit area once it is brought before the board. But ultimately, what that looks like once it's all figured out and decided, whether or not a maintenance area is created is not a discretionary action. The language in the code says shall.
I guess I don't understand the difference between adopting the statement of work and that maintenance area is formed. Are they?
So as pointed out earlier, there's a number of steps that happen in chronological order in order to get to the point where board staff brings a recommendation to the board to formally create the maintenance area. So those steps along the way, again, are adopting the statement of necessary work, which is before the board today. Once a benefit analysis is completed, that will be brought to the board for adoption and so on until you get to the point where the board actually takes the final vote on creating the maintenance area. But up until that point, it's how much to get to where we need to be, what is to be assessed, how much are those assessments going to be, and so forth. Thank you.
And did I understand correctly or hear correctly that the cost of this statement of work has already been paid?
That is correct.
Thank you for verbalizing that because I'm seeing 3 nods. All right. Were you there because you wanted to say something for that, or shall I go down the list of people who have hands raised online?
Council, it's just fine.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Tom Engler, you have your hand up. Do you wish to provide comments? Mr. Engler.
Yes, President Dolan and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Tom Engler, MBK Engineers. I am the district engineer here representing Reclamation District 817. So my comments today have to do with the fact that this action caught RD 817 off guard today. We did provide a letter and resolution in 2020 to the board stating that if the board proceeds with forming a maintenance area for RD 784 in the Horseshoe Basin, then we strongly we would like them to form a maintenance area over the RD 817 piece. This has been the subject of several governance studies in the area showing that it's far more efficient to operate a whole basin as one local maintaining agency rather than having 2 agencies per basin. This section of levee also resulted in a lawsuit for our neighboring basin in the Wheatland Basin. There are 2 reclamation districts, 817 and 2103, that completed a LAFCO process and assessment district last year to consolidate. We were subsequently sued because we did not properly evaluate the remnant RD 817 portion of the Horseshoe Basin, and we settled to de-annex the portion of that, the RD 817 from 2103 So there still remains 2 reclamation districts in the neighboring basin. So I think we just got caught off guard that RD 817 was not included in this. We operate and maintain the upper 1.5 miles of Dry Creek in the Horseshoe Basin. We flood in RD 817, floods the entire basin. So it's definitely a benefit to the entire basin, and we think it would be prudent for the board to consider evaluating both 817 and 784 as one maintenance area rather than forming a maintenance area and coming back in the future to form a second maintenance area. In terms of O&M, just to add on to some comments and maybe answer some questions from earlier, there is an LOI in process. I believe it has not yet been approved by the Corps for the basin. 784 and 817 collaborated on that. The Corps recently completed a routine levee inspection, so you'll be seeing the results of that in the coming months, I would suspect. RD 817 had several deficiencies in the original periodic inspection report. We're down to 2 remaining deficiencies. They're both pipes that need to be replaced. One of them we just awarded a contract. We'll be replacing that in the next month. And the second is in for 408 review and approval right now. So we are real close to getting our section of the 1.5 miles of levee caught up, just as 784 has been working to get their section caught up. So with that, I'll stop and answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Engler. Board members have any questions for Mr. Engel?
Through the chair. Yes.
Member Grego?
So Tom, basically what you're asking the board to do is to do what 784 wanted to do in the beginning, was to spread the cost over more landowners to make it a little bit more affordable. Correct?
The 817 piece does not include a substantial additional benefit area. It does include a few more property owners. The problem is the 817 piece, if there's a flood event in RD 817, it floods the RD 784 portion. So the same beneficiaries would be paying to 817 as 784, which makes more sense. In addition, it is very inefficient to operate and maintain 1.5 miles of levee, especially when it's part of a close to 7-mile levee system. This system here is one basin, one system as the Corps defines it, several units as the state defines it, and a flood in any portion floods the majority of the basin. So it just makes more sense for the basin to act as one local maintaining agency.
Thank you.
I'll point out that it's similar to RD 784. RD 817 does not collect any assessments on anybody in the Horseshoe Basin. We rely on ad valorem taxes from the county, which equate to about $1,800 a year for this 1.5 miles of levee.
Hardly enough. Okay.
Mr. Engler, is 817 asking to be part of the maintenance area? Or do you want to be added if it's formed?
What we stated in our letter is that if the state proceeds with formation of a maintenance area for the 784 piece, we would like to be included in that maintenance area because it makes no sense for there to be 2 local maintaining agencies in this basin.
Is that a different statement of work?
Yes, Board President. Yeah, it would be a separate statement of work. And just to add some explanation to that, board staff and DWR staff interpreted the resolution from RD 817, if it were to be formed, and therefore it is not yet formed. We haven't received direction to begin forming, but in the event it is formed, we would then be more than happy to take steps to add them in as their request.
We would?
As they request.
We would take, of course, we would take the request. We take all these requests, even though they're not fun. Who's next? Mr. Dua, Council Dua.
Thank you, President Dolan. Yes, I would just to piggyback on what Mr. Suen is talking about. The resolution that RD 817's board adopted was conditioned upon the formation of a maintenance area, and it is our position that in order to do what Mr. Engler is asking now is that his board would have to go back and amend their previous resolution or rescind that resolution and adopt another one. That letter by pursuant to water code goes to DWR. And that is, I don't want to speak for DWR. Mr. List is here and he can give his interpretation as well. But that is the reason that they did not start the work, is because it was a condition precedent that the maintenance area is formed first before RD 817 would start its process to be added.
All right, thank you. Board?
So just to be clear.
Member Johnson, to be clear, please clear it up.
Quite possibly not. So our view is they haven't yet requested that step. They said it was conditional. But would the action we're taking today or being asked to take today preclude the result that Mr. Engler is suggesting later if it turned out, not prejudging whether that makes sense? It doesn't preclude that. It's a separate step.
It does not preclude that. It really is, I think, a decision about efficiency. Certainly, we could, the board could stay this and allow RD 817 the opportunity to go back and amend its resolution and request that it be added in this current process. But it is our position that since we are on this road, it's cleaner to complete this process and then start again with RD 817.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Then I'll call on Mr. Brian Manning, who has had his hand up for a while. Mr. Manning, you wish to provide comments?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, President Dolan and fellow board members. I represent property owner in the Horseshoe Levee, the largest property owner in that area. And I would just want to address a couple things, and I want to make sure it's very, very clear that the board today is not resolving to use the breach analysis that has been referred to or set the boundary of the maintenance area. That is, I think, critically important, because when that eventually happens to set the boundary, there's going to be a significant discussion. And I think that, I think that Mr. Dua maybe didn't clearly say what we are arguing. It's not to go back like in prehistory, like prehistoric times. We have an analysis that shows what the flood plain would be absent the levees in the area. And it's not prehistoric times or something. And so, I also find it quite interesting that a property owner who has to file lawsuits to protect their rights has somehow done something wrong. So 784 decided to do what they were going to do. We sued them. We won. That doesn't make my client a bad person or done something wrong. 817 did something. We sued them. They settled. If they were so convinced of the righteousness of their positions, they could have appealed or they could have decided to carry forward. They decided not to. So I just want to make very clear that we don't want this to be contentious. We want it to be done the right way, and that's all we've ever wanted. And so what we're really talking about, and you can talk to the engineers, we've sat in discussions with engineers that represent property owners, that represent Central Valley Flood Protection Board. What this is going to come down to is a policy decision by this board. It's not going to come down to engineering. It's not going to come down to science. It's going to come down to a policy decision of, are you going to thrust upon this agricultural area that was carved out of a larger system, an integrated system? Are you going to thrust the cost on them, on those agricultural properties, for the benefit of developers? That's what it's going to come down to. So I'm giving you a little bit of a preview, but when you come to the point where you're going to form the boundaries of this maintenance area, I please ask you to have an open mind. And what I heard today is very scary to me, because it's the first time I've heard it on the record. And Mr. Dua says that the board considers the breach analysis to be the proper standard. If that's the case, there's not much to talk about. So maybe that was a misstatement, but if that's the situation, then there's not a whole lot to talk about, because I don't think the board has spoken on that. And I
Mr.
hope,
Manning, I think I heard Mr. Dua say, no, that's not what he said. Did I hear that correctly, Mr. Dua?
We do believe the breach analysis is an adequate analysis. And we do have, I believe, the board's consultant following along if Mr. Reinhardt wishes to chime in. What we have discussed with the property owners and try to find some middle ground is if there is some other analysis that might be acceptable to both, but that we believe if we needed to go forward, that we could stand on the analysis that we are intending to perform.
I respect that that's staff's position, but if we listen back, we look back, what I heard was that the board disagrees. And I don't want that to be the situation, because I don't think that the board has ever spoken on that. And that's what's going to really be up for discussion, the formation of a maintenance area. So I can tell you that it's pretty disingenuous to say that the state of California can't afford to do that type of analysis. Let's get real. And that 784 can't afford that. That's just, that's disingenuous. There's a lot of money out there. I can tell you that my client has done that analysis, and we're prepared to share it with you to at least hopefully allow you to make that policy decision that you're not going to thrust this cost onto agricultural owners who, you talk about somebody who can't afford it, they can't afford it. And that's real. You're talking about farmers, ranchers. I mean, in comparison to who can afford what, I just really, that is quite upsetting. But I want the board to please keep an open mind as we go forward with this. I truly hope that we can get past a breach analysis. And when the time comes, it won't be for months from now, but I'm previewing that. We're going to provide you with a great presentation of the hydrology in the area. And I just hope that you consider that as we move forward to the formation of the boundaries of this maintenance area. And with that, I don't have anything other to say.
President Dolan, if I may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Manning. Board Counsel Moore?
Thank you. I just want to address Mr. Manning's comments about the breach analysis. If I said the board position, then I misspoke. It's the board staff's position.
Oh, thank you for that clarification, because I was really testing my memory. I've been on the board for a while, and we've heard quite a bit about this issue, but have not yet taken a vote in my memory. So thanks for helping me out with that. Um, Mr. Reinhardt has his hand up. I'm so thankful I have someone that can look at that because we can't put it up on the screen. So, Mr. Reinhardt, you wish to make a comment? Give us some information.
President Dolan, Rick Reinhardt with MBK Engineers. We're a consultant to board staff supporting this effort. And I appreciate the way Mr. Manning framed this, that I don't believe this is an engineering debate. I think there is a policy decision here for the board to make. The breach analysis is the standard engineering analysis. It's done in looking at benefit areas. It's used by the Corps of Engineers for their feasibility studies. It's been used up and down the Central Valley for formation of 218 assessments. It's been used by the Department of Water Resources in making investments decisions throughout the Central Valley. Certainly, there are other methodologies that could be considered, but the standard of care is a breach analysis. If the board so chooses to make a policy shift and take a different approach, then there might be a different outcome on who would benefit. And I just wanted to provide that clarification. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. I don't see any more hands up. People in the room are staring at the board. So am I. Mr. Soon, did you want to
Madam President,
elucidate some more?
can I just reiterate
course,
our
you may.
request? Okay. Can I get some help from the back? Could we please put up the staff recommendation and question for the board? Thank you very much. So again, our request here today is that the board adopt statement of work, but find that it is not a project pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Adopt the statement of necessary work that outlines the cost for operations and maintenance for the facility once the maintenance area is formed. And then finally, direct staff to proceed with the maintenance area in accordance with California Water Code.
Through the chair.
Member Grego?
Before we take that direction, I got a question in regards to the 817 wanting to join this effort. How long would it take 817 to be able to get that done and be back before the board?
There's a couple of things that, and I'm going to call it Mark on cue, he's going to get up, because they'll have to also request a statement of necessary work, and DWR, FML will prepare it. 817 board will also need to adopt it, waive, if they want to expedite, waive their appeal process. So those steps that we've taken with RD 784 will need to take place. I'll defer to Mark if he wants to add.
Okay. It would be clear some steps would need to be taken. It's just how long that would take, I think is the question.
Mark Liss, DWR again.
Mr. Liss.
The process would, in my opinion, would be that RD 817 would need to go back and amend their resolution so that it says they want it to be a party to it before or during the creation of 784's maintenance area process. If so, the department would then evaluate the cost to 817 for us, DWR staff, to go out and look, evaluate, identify issues in the field. The board staff would have to provide a cost for, augmenting that work. And we would submit that cost statement to RD 817. Their board would have to effectively pay it because the 12878 says the state does not need to proceed with formation of a maintenance area process until that payment is made. Once that fee is received, it would go into a separate account from the RD 784 funding to keep those two districts' funding separate. We would charge those funds as appropriate and basically reimburse the state's costs for those through the process. How long would it take? It may be able to get done before the board hears the RD 784 maintenance area discussion. It may not.
Okay.
There's a lot of
Steps.
Steps to that, and those steps are not, they're outside of the control of the department. The department would do, if this board chooses to tell us to go back and do that as part of this process, the department would then proceed with development of that estimate to develop the statement of necessary work and other items in concert with board staff, submit that to RD 817. Although I would think, again, first they have to ask us to be party to this process as opposed to the letter says one thing, but the resolution says something different. The resolution makes it a predecessor process, at least in our reading.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate the process. Then I'm going to ask Tom, how long do you think it would take the process from your end?
We could take care of anything needed on our end fairly quickly. It's just, to me, it's frustrating. We sent a letter saying one thing and the resolution was worded slightly differently, and staff interpreted it not the way we intended. So we're at this point. At this point, I do not want us to hold up the 784 piece from continuing on. I think that would be bad. So at this point, I think where we are in the process, it makes most sense to just let the 784 piece continue to move forward, and we'll wait and deal with our piece after the fact.
Okay, thank you. So the other thing is that there was comments made in this letter and then again today about getting rid of farmland, or putting them out of business. And I can tell you, based on the couple of years that I've been on this board, that this board has always been sensitive to the issues of farmland, that we take this very seriously. And, we've been told today that lawsuits stopped 784, it stopped 718, but you fell short on the ability to talk and try to negotiate this out. And we've come to this point where we are today of making a decision. And I don't think that this process stops you from talking and trying to work this out, because you said it yourself. You're not paying anything. And even when you were paying something, it wasn't enough to meet the budget of what was required. I know the board members on 784, they're reasonable people. They're out there. They're part of that rural fabric that we're talking about today. These board members are rural owners of property. And so I'm just disappointed to see that there wasn't the ability to negotiate something that was agreeable to 784 and the property owners. I'm really disappointed that that didn't happen. And so, and not to say that it can't happen in the future, hint, hint. And so, I ask these questions and I say these statements because, I live in that community, and I just wish that we could have set a better precedence than what this board is being faced today. Thank you.
President Dolan, if board staff or myself may
Councilor
just...
Duo, I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. If a board staff or myself may have an opportunity to respond to Board Member Griego's comments.
Well, aren't you bold?
Well, just to...
Yes, you
Well,
may.
because, thank you so much. And I don't know if you want to take the lead on this, Darren, but just because I want it to be part of the record, it has taken so long because we have made repeated attempts, as you may recall, Senator Nielsen's office and Assemblyman Gallagher's office, along with Board Member Belines, Vice President Belines, excuse me, have been engaged since the outset when we received the request from RD 784 to try to find some middle ground. And the board staff and the board itself is very sensitive to the amount that it would cost to maintain. And that's why we engaged to see if there was some middle ground that we could try to get something was amenable to all the parties. Mr. Hansen has indicated that he understands that $4 is not enough, and $100 is too much. And we understand that. And that's, I think, why RD 784 tried to increase their benefit area and next so they could spread that cost out among other property owners to make it more palatable and affordable. But they were sued, and, And their position is that they were put into a corner and were left with no other option. So I don't want to speak for them, but I just don't want the record to be left that there wasn't efforts made to try to get to some resolution.
I think it's pretty clear to me. So I don't think the board's going to disagree with me at this point. It's very clear that an immense amount of discussions and attempt to find a solution have occurred. And I didn't hear Board Member Griego say staff didn't try. And we are aware that you did try.
And thank you for that, because I just want to make sure for the record that my comments were directed to the landowners.
I think it's to everybody.
Yeah.
This is a tough one. People have positions and they don't feel the other are quite listening. We're really trying to listen to this. We're trying to understand what our obligations are. So it's, we'll come to some conclusions soon, but we have someone else who's raised their hand and he or she is call-in user. So number 8, whoever is call-in user number 8 and raise their hand, if you would please let us know your name. You may speak. You're not unmuted. You're not unmute. I don't know how to call on you other than calling user 8.
This is David Gibbs. I just want to make a really brief comment, kind of in response to Ms. Griego. Can you hear me?
Having tremendous feedback at your end, and I'm not sure how to correct that so that we can decipher what you're saying.
Well, I just wanted to really briefly.
Okay, that's better. But see, I asked you, could you say it again a little slower?
My comment was in response to Ms. Griego.
Do any of us in the room know the name? Mr. Gibbs? Are you Mr. Gibbs? All right, we'll hear your brief comment, sir. Now we can't hear you. Yes, let's try again.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, much better. Whatever you did, now we can hear you.
Yeah.
Are you Mr. Gibb?
Yes, David Gibb. Just briefly, I wanted to talk a little bit about the assessments we've paid through the years. They talk a lot about that being inadequate, but there's still a very large part of 784 that is agriculture property that is on the included part of the current 784 assessment area that, like I say, it's agriculture, and their assessments are, have through the years been exactly what our assessments have been, or very close. So to make it sound like that we are getting some sweetheart deal, I think is not accurate at all. We have been paying, like I said, the same assessment as what they continue to pay. They went up slightly with their 218 election, but still, if 784 had to rely only on them for their maintenance, it would be the same problem as with the horseshoe levy. So I just think that part of the argument is disingenuous.
All right, thank you, sir. Let me close public comment at this point. I think it might be duplicitous, so I'll turn it to the board. What does the board wish to do with this matter? We have a staff recommendation that starts the process. More information gets developed. We have a suggestion to postpone them. Not sure what that will get us, except a repeat of today, to be honest with you. So what do y'all want to do? Board Ramirez?
I have one question. I think it's on point because you're ready to have us do something with this. Let me just first observe that it's always fascinating to watch the landowner, local government, RD, state, federal politics play out in examples like this. It sort of shines daylight on every aspect of the things that we do and how complicated it is. And I appreciate all the folks that have put time into this. And because it is so complicated, I wanted to be really clear what it is that we're doing. And there's not a staff resolution that's proposed in the packet that I can see. So it's not perfectly clear to me. There's a couple of things that says like, we're going to do these things, but it's nicer to have the specifics so it's really crystal clear what it is. So if we could try to put a fine point on that, I think I would feel better for what I think our board president is ready to do. So I just wanted to ask that question to make sure I wasn't missing anything. And if I'm missing something, point me to it. And if it's not there, help us understand it better.
Board members, I'm going to defer to board counsel on that. We decided that a resolution would be more appropriate at the end of this process.
Mr. Sewin's correct. We determined that board staff and myself, that the resolution that the board would adopt would be the one actually forming the maintenance area and reciting all of the steps that the board has taken to get to that point. So today is, before the board, is the decision whether or not to adopt the statement of necessary work, which again is the amount to form the maintenance area. I'm sorry. Just to operate and maintain the portion of levy or the horseshoe levy that we are discussing today. And then, actually, I should probably let Mark talk since he's the one who's prepared the statement of necessary work. He knows exactly what is in that. Thank you.
So the statement of necessary, again, Mark List, DWR, statement of necessary work identifies the work necessary by the department once the maintenance area is created, because once the board adopts a maintenance area, the department shall operate and maintain the units until that maintenance area is dissolved. So it's the first 2 years of O&M work, operations and maintenance work, to bring the levy up to standards that are reasonable based on our maintenance yard and engineering evaluation of the field conditions. And once a maintenance area is created, we'll get that to the annual budget cycle, but 2 years of maintenance are identified in the statement of necessary work for operations and maintenance of the unit once it's created. There's no cost going to anybody until the board completes the process. The cost has been paid for the work to evaluate and create the maintenance area. So that's not a subject of this discussion. So CEQA finding, the statement of necessary work adoption, and then directing board staff to proceed with maintenance area formation process according to 12.878 at CEQA of the Water Code.
And that part's really clear. I got that. It's really not clear what it is that under our authority we're doing. I understand what you just said.
I can't answer that one.
No, I appreciate that. You know, the resolution from 748 is really clear. Statement of work's really clear. I see the bullets. Just want to make sure I know exactly what it is that we're doing on our end so that these things that we just talked about that need to be resolved can continue to play out so that they are resolved. And you guys are all nodding your heads, which is encouraging, but I always feel better if I can see it. And there's President Dolan's name at the bottom of it, and then she reads it and Brian signs it. And that part makes me feel a little more specific about it. So if it's nothing besides what you walked us through, Jeet, then I get it. We just have to acknowledge it verbally, and I'm sure there'll be something later that confirms all of this, right? That
Yes.
will, okay.
Yes, you are correct. Again, today is the the action and request before the board is to adopt the statement of necessary work as Mr. List just described. And then we will follow the water code and the other steps that were discussed earlier today. And there are many of them. And that does not mean that we are going to stop talking with the property owners. We talked just 2 days ago, and we've already committed to having another follow-up discussion shortly after this meeting. So those discussions will continue.
All right. Thank you.
It just seems to me that there's no resolution unless we adopt this action and move it forward so we can have further discussions. Ultimately, we probably have the option to say no. Our board council nodded. We either talk about what everybody wants and what people think that they, and rightfully, and I think it's compelling on all parts, what information they think should be brought forward, how they should be treated, what the boundaries are, what are the analysis, what's the work, what's all that. That's what I see the statement of work and this action going forward, including CEQA, will occur. I'm ready for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion if we're ready for that.
Okay, you both did it, but I'm gonna
He can second it.
call Member Grego.
Okay, and I'm glad to hear council say that the discussions with landowners are continuing despite the fact that we are making this decision, or the board's going to make a decision today. So my motion is to adopt the statement of necessary work pursuant to request by the Reclamation District 784 to form a state maintenance area to maintain levee segment attachment A, and to direct staff to proceed with the MA formation process in accordance with the California Water Code 12878.
That's the motion before the board by Member Griego, seconded by Member Countryman. I'm taking a breath and I'm going to say, anyone on the board want to say anything more? I don't see any nodded heads. Would you please call the roll?
Board Member Ramirez. Aye. Board Member Grego.
Yes.
Board Member Countryman.
Yes.
Secretary Johnson.
Aye.
Vice President Valines.
Aye.
President Dole.
Yes. And motion carries. Does anyone have an estimate as to how long 10E, 10F might take? Oh, I don't want to hear that. We're going to take 5 minutes. Then we'll come back. We'll just stretch and take that. 3:30 for sure.
Upstairs.
I like them. No, Board Member Johnson is here. Board Member Grego's here. Oh, yes. Yes. We do have a bit of a switch. Mr. Jones needed to go into the glass box room so that anyone that wants to participate can, because we lost somebody who needed to move on. We're going to be fine. I'm the one who'll call roll call on these things now. We'll be fine. All right, we are at item 10E, American River Watershed Common Features, Contract 3A. Good afternoon, Ms. Winton.
Mike? Okay, good. Good afternoon, President Dolan, Vice President Valines, and members of the board. My name is Angela Nguyentan, and I'm board environmental staff. I'm here to introduce today Alessia Siclari and Miles Claret, DWR Flood Projects branch staff, who've been working on behalf of and in coordination with board staff on the American River Contract 3A project. Alessia will be providing an overview of the project, and Miles will be providing an update on the 2022 Supplemental Environmental Assessment, Environmental Impact Report prepared for the project and for which the board is the CEQA lead. And with that, I invite Alessia and Miles to begin their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Angela, for the introduction. Good afternoon, President Dolan, Vice President Villains, members of the board. My name is Alessia Siclari. I am a water resource engineer with the Department of Water Resources, Flood Project branch of the Division of Flood Management, working in coordination with board staff on the American River Common Future 2016 project, also known as ARCF 2016. I'm here today with Miles Claret, environmental scientist, to provide a briefing for the American River Contract 3A of the ARCF 2016 project. Next slide, please. This presentation includes background information on the American River Common Future 2016 and current status of the American River Contract 3A project, environmental background and update, and future board actions. Next slide, please. The project partners involved in the American River Common Futures project are federal, state, and local. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is leading the effort, is leading the project design and construction efforts. Other agencies that support project design and deliveries of the various construction contracts are the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, the Department of Water Resources, and the Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency. The non-federal partners support the project by providing share payments, work-in-kind support on land easements, rights-of-ways, relocation, and disposal. Regarding environmental regulation, to assess potential environmental effect of proposed activities, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers are the lead agency for NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act, and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board is the lead agency for CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. Next slide, please. As mentioned earlier, the American River Erosion Contract 3A is part of the ARCF 2016 project. The overall ARCF 2016 project reduces flood risk to the greater Sacramento area. On the image in this slide, you can see the geographical extent of the improvements we're working on. The Sacramento River levee improvements that include both seepage and stability and erosion improvements. The American River levee improvements, mostly erosion improvements, and the American River Contract 3A that we're presenting today is part of these improvements. The Sacramento Weir and bypass widening and the North Area Stream Levee improvements. In the map, in yellow are the erosion projects, in green, height improvements, in purple, seepage and stability improvements, and in gray, the yellow bypass and the Sacramento Weir expansion project. This is also a heat map that shows what the flood depths would be if the Sacramento area levees were not able to provide flood protection. The orange-red areas would have water depths over 13 feet, and the blue areas less than 13 feet deep. Next slide, please. The slide shows the progression of the American River Watershed Common Futures Project, beginning in 1996 with the authorization, and in 1999 with the additional scope and funding, followed by the reevaluation and the latest authorized project as defined by the Water Resources Development Act of 2016. The PPA and LPPA were signed in 2019. Any question or comment? They are very long projects.
Yeah, Hamilton City still takes the cake on time, however. Please proceed. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we have to acknowledge that whoever started with the federal funding for the study, that was long ago, and stuff changed over time. It's a lot of coordination.
It's a lot of work. No, it's a complex area. It's a very important urban area, and this work is not simple. So it's proceeding. I just, it's like, well, I'll be here. I'll be listening to you.
That's great. The PPA, and as I was saying, the PPA and LPPA agreements were signed in 2019 and construction began in 2020. All project construction contracts are expected to complete by 2026, and the overall ARCF 2016 project closeout is expected by 2035. As shown in the column on the right, the very right column, there has been and will continue to be interaction and coordination with board staff at every stage of the project, as well as coordination with users and SafeCom. Next slide, please. Any civil work project, including ARCF 2016, goes through different steps from initiation to closeout, and the steps are lined in the slide. The arrows on the left side, list of projects in the Central Valley area to highlight how projects are at different stages. For example, Merced project is at an initiation stage. Reclamation District 17 project is a feasibility cost share agreement phase. Woodland receives chief's report in 2021 and currently is a design agreement phase. So BAFCA, ARCF 2016, Folsom Dam Race, Natomas, Marysville, Sejafka, West Sacramento construction phase, and South Sac Streams, WERDA 9699, and the joint federal projects are a closeout. Next slide, please.
This slide.
The American River Erosion Contract 3A is covered under the authority of the greater ARCF effort that includes multiple project features and is addressed in the revised May 2016 American River Watershed Common Future General Reevaluation Report. All ARCF authorized project features were developed to work in conjunction with the authorized Folsom Dam modifications and increased flow releases that would be anticipated. The ARCF 2016 features include about 13 miles of construction of cutoff walls, about 21 miles of bank protection, 5 miles of levee stabilization, 5 miles of levee races, the widening of the Sacramento Weir and bypass, environmental mitigation, replant shaded riverine habitat, and most importantly, reduces risk to over 500,000 people, 125,000 structures, and protects 62 billion in assets. Next slide, please. With this slide, we specifically discuss the American River erosion work. The American River, this work has been broken down into 4 contracts for total improvements of about 7 miles. In this area map, you can see the part of the American River flowing from east to west towards the confluence with the Sacramento River, the city of Sacramento in the bottom left corner, the Arden Arcade area in the top right corner. Contract 1 is shown in green. Contract 2 is shown in orange, and these 2 contracts are currently under construction. Contract 3 is split into Contract 3A and Contract 3B. They're both shown in purple. Contract 3A is shown close to the pocket area and will start construction in spring 2023, while construction of Contract 3B will start in spring 2024. Contract 4 is shown in yellow, it's currently in design and will go to construction in summer 2024. The American River Contract 3A project includes the installation of approximately 3,000 linear feet of bank protection to address erosion and the installation of on-site riparian habitat features. Next slide, please. Here's a closer look at the project area. The American River Contract 3A project is located in the city of Sacramento along the left bank of the lower American River near Interstate Business 80 and upstream of the city of Sacramento's Sutter's Landing Park in the American River Parkway. Next slide, please. Major design features for Contract 3A are planting benches with lunchable rock toe and buried rock tied back, and soil-filled levee embankment revetment. This image illustrates a planting bench with lunchable rock toe and buried tie back. This feature includes longitudinal rock toe protection, lunchable rock to protect against toe scour. The longitudinal stone is placed to allow the creation of plantable soil field bench to provide aquatic and terrestrial habitat at a variety of flow conditions. The launchable rock toe is designed to launch once erosion of the channel bottom progresses during a flood event to the toe of the rock. This launched layer of riprap is designed so that it will cover the eroded surface of the new channel bottom and inhibit further progression of the eroded slope. Once fully launched, a layer of riprap will extend from the channel toe to the maximum depth of scour predicted in the river channel. This feature includes tiebacks that help to limit the erosion extents and subsequent damage to a planting bench during design event. Next slide, please. Here's the soil-filled levee embankment revetment technique. Levee embankment soil-filled revetment includes a layer of riprap that is filled with the soil at a 70-30 ratio, 70% riprap and 30% soil. The soil to riprap ratio is reflective of successful designs which have been used in the Sacramento area. The riprap is sized to remain stable during the design events and provide erosion protection. Levee embankment soil fill revetment is required by the design in area with applied velocity and shear stress exceeding critical values for the levee surface material. The top of the revetment is set as the elevation of non-erosive velocity shear stress. Post-construction, the soil-filled revetment will be stabilized with a native vegetation suited for the elevations at which the revetment occurs. Given this description of the project, I will hand it to Miles Claret for the environmental update for the project. Thank you.
Thanks, Lacia. Good morning, Board President Dolan. Good afternoon, I should say. Board President Dolan, members of the board. My name is Miles Claret. I'm an environmental scientist with Department of Water Resources, working in coordination with the board and the Army Corps on the American River Common Features 2016 project. Today I'm going to provide a CEQA update for the American River Contract 3A project that Alessia just described. As a reminder, I just want to remind the board that there is an existing environmental document for the overall American River Watershed Common Features 2016 project. This was jointly prepared by the board as the CEQA lead agency and the Army Corps as the NEPA lead agency. It is a joint environmental impact statement, environmental impact report. It covered the entire Common Features project, including the Sacramento River seepage and stability work, the Sacramento Weir and bypass widening, North Area stream levee improvements, and also erosion work on the American River, including what we're talking about today. This document was certified by this board in 2016 with the understanding that additional project level CEQA work, CEQA analysis would be completed prior to construction. Next slide, please. So to fully analyze the environmental impacts of the American River Contract 3A project, DWR, in coordination with the board and the Army Corps, has prepared a supplemental CEQA NEPA document. That is a supplemental EIR/supplemental EA. The document analyzes the environmental impacts of the project and proposes a series of avoidance, minimization, and mitigation measures to reduce the potential environmental impacts of the project to a less than significant level where possible. However, there are still significant and unavoidable impacts of the project as described in the document. And just important to note that those impacts are consistent with what was described in the 2016 EIS/EIR. Next slide, please. So here's a little bit more on those potentially significant unavoidable impacts that are described in the supplemental EIR/EA. So I want to note up front that these are all temporary and associated with construction. So the first one is to visual resources. This is due to the impact to visual quality in the American River Parkway due to the presence of construction equipment throughout the duration of construction. The second is to do vegetation and wildlife. This is a temporary impact associated with the removal of trees and other vegetation that is necessary to construct the erosion protection improvements for the project. And the long-term impact to vegetation and wildlife is reduced to less than significant with mitigation. That's both through a series of on-site and off-site habitat mitigation measures. The third one is to, the third one is to transportation and circulation. And this is due to the substantial increase in traffic that will be on local roadways, primarily taking material to the site and taking material away from the site. And then the last one is to recreation, and this is due to the impact on the recreational value of the American River Parkway during the duration of construction, including the closure of some recreational facilities for public safety. Next slide, please. So just a little bit more on the on-site habitat mitigation. So on the left, you can see a figure of the project area. So just again, to orient you, have the American River on the right. You're facing the I-80 bridge. You have the left bank, which is where the project is located. It's about 3,000 linear feet. So just want to direct your attention to where the project area meets the river, that hashed area, which is labeled bench area. So this area will be filled with soil and planted with native riparian vegetation to revegetate the site and to provide on-site mitigation for the habitat impacts of the project. And then there's also inclusion of in-stream woody material that will be anchored into the bench, into the river, and that's what's being shown on the right. It's a depiction of the value of in-stream woody material for juvenile salmonids that are in the American River. Next slide, please. So just a little bit about public involvement. So the environmental impact report environmental impact assessment, EIR/EA, underwent a 45-day public circulation period between April 13th and May 27th. It's blocking my view there, but yeah, April 13th and May 27th. We held a virtual public meeting on May 5th of this year. In addition to the comments received during that public meeting, we also received 14 comment letters from various state, local, and agencies, and also members of the public. A majority of the comments pertain to biological resources, transportation and circulation, and recreation. And all of these comments will receive consideration and will be responded to in the final environmental document. Next slide, please. What's that? Yeah, final supplemental environmental document. Yes, thank you. So just a little bit about the next steps for CEQA. So as we are responding to these comments and finalizing the supplemental environmental document, we are also in the process of drafting a statement of findings that will describe the significant and unavoidable impacts of the project. Also a statement of overriding considerations, which will describe the benefits of the project and how those benefits outweigh the potentially significant and unavoidable impacts caused by the project. And also a mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program that outlines all of the mitigation measures that are included in the environmental document and lists the agency who is responsible for implementing those measures and also the agency responsible for tracking the implementation of the measures. Next slide, please. So at a future board meeting, very likely next month in October, we are planning to bring a resolution for consideration, and that resolution would do the following. Would certify the final supplemental EIR/EA, adopt the statement of findings, adopt the statement of overriding considerations, adopt the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program, approve the American River Contract 3A project, and lastly, delegate authority to the executive officer to execute the notice of determination. Next slide, please. And that concludes our presentation. We're glad to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions?
I just have one, really short. Launchable rock. I just love the expression. It's probably not part of the MMRP, and I don't think these projects, the way they're designed now, would have been designed this way 20 years ago. I think it's really a credit to the folks that are on the ground and learning as they go. My question is about that, the learning, like what happens when it's launched? It's not an MMRP, I don't think, requirement to put it back. Maybe it is, I don't know. Can you just shed a little more light on that for me?
I'll go first and then maybe you can jump in, but you're asking if the rock launches, what happens?
Do you have to put it back? I guess that's the question.
My understanding is that no, you would not have to put it back. It's designed to launch, so that, again, my understanding is that really would only happen in a pretty large flood event. And at that point, it's done its job and it presumably has launched and has provided protection for the levee.
Okay, thank you.
I'll ask you to explain that to me later. Because you'll tell me you have to catch a train. Any other questions, comments? Anyone in the audience? Anyone with their hand up? Ryan's not here, so you have to look. I think Ryan's back there in the. Mr. Reinhardt, this is Mr. Reinhardt, this is an informational, and it will be next month that we will take action on this. Nobody? Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Item 10F, American Rivers Watershed Common Features Contract 4. Jennifer Callis, good afternoon. Just to make you super nervous, if I have two board members that have to leave at 3:20 to catch a train.
I'm on it. Good afternoon, President Dolan, Vice President Belines. I'm Jen Callis, Board Environmental Staff. I'm here to introduce Haral Doshi and Kalia Schuster, DWR Flood Projects Branch. They have been working on behalf of and coordination with board staff on the Sacramento River East Levee Contract 4 project. Haral will provide an overview of the project features, and Kalia will provide an update on the environmental document prepared for the project and for which the board is the CEQA lead. And with that, I'll invite Haral up to begin her presentation.
Thank you, Angela. Okay. Good afternoon, President Dolan and Vice President Belines. I hope I said it right. And members of the board. My name is Haral Doshi with Department of Water Resources Flood Project Branch, and I'm here with my colleague Kalia Schuster, and we are going to be presenting the American River Common Features 2016 project, also known as ARCF 2016. And we will be providing the brief about Sacramento River East Levee Contract 4. Next slide, please. As we have done in the past, and my other colleague, Alessia Sclari, presented her presentation, we would provide an overview of the ARCF 2016, and we would follow it by the project-specific details. In this case, it's Sacramento River East Levee Contract 4. The Contract 4 includes construction of approximately 12,000 feet, which is 2 to 3 miles of levee improvements, which includes levee raises, cutoff walls, seepage bumps, and other similar improvements. And we would also include the overview of the supplemental environmental document being prepared for this project. Next steps for the CEQA compliance, California Environmental Quality Act. Next slide, please. As you can see on the slide, this slide presents the project partners. U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is the leading the design and construction efforts for the project, and other multiple agencies and consultants are supporting the design and various parts of the construction contracts. The non-federal partners include Department of Water Resources, Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency. They all support the project with their cost share payments, working kind support, lands, easements, right-of-way, relocation, disposal, which is also known as LURDs. Next slide, please. On this slide, on the right, what you see is the heat map that shows the flood depth that would be if the Sacramento levees were unable to protect the area. The dark orange and the red zones are showing the depth that would be higher than 13 feet, and the blue zones are showing the areas which would be less than 13 feet deep. So ARCF 2016 project reduces the flood risk in the greater Sacramento area. And this project has primarily 4 project areas. The first is Sacramento River East Levee improvements, the focus of this presentation. Other areas are American River Levee improvements, Sacramento Weir and bypass widening, and North American Stream Levee improvements. Next slide, please. As my colleague already covered this slide, I would brief it out as a reminder of the history. The ARCF 2016 project started in 1996, 1999, that got re-evaluated in 2016, reauthorized under Water Resource Development Act, WRDA. And the right columns are showing how the board how the interactions with the board is happening from informational briefing through all the different stages, media event, board action, and board staff coordination. Next slide, please. This slide shows a typical full cycle process for an Army Corps project, which is, it can take as long as 40 years to complete all the approximate 16 different stages of the project progress, starting from letter of intent through the project completion. Next slide, please. ARCF 2016 plan features includes the construction of cutoff walls, bank protection, levee stabilization, levee raises, widening of Sacramento Weir and bypass, and environmental mitigation. The project most importantly reduces the risk to 500,000 people, 125,000 structures, and in the asset of $62 billion US dollars. Next slide, please. This slide shows different contracts under Sacramento River East Levee. Contract 1 is the red zone, which finished the construction in 2020. Contract 2 in yellow zone that got completed in 2021. Contract 3 is shown with the green highlight, which started construction in 2022 spring, and contract 4, which is in the blue highlight, would begin construction in 2023 spring. The letters in the circle are showing the reaches under contract 4. Next slide, please. This slide is showing the earthen raise will be performed right north of the I Street Bridge, and the length of that part would be 1,000 feet approximately. The blue highlight is showing that part of the construction. Next slide, please. This slide is showing there will be it's actually not showing because of the image, but right there. It's a 50 feet long jet grout cutoff wall downstream of the Pioneer Bridge that will be constructed. Next slide, please. This slide is showing the approx 210 feet long of jet grout cutoff wall that would be constructed at the confluence of the Pocket Canal and Sacramento River. Next slide, please. And this slide is showing different components, that is starting from Bill Conlin Sports Complex through Cliffs Marina, which includes 8,000 feet long shallow cutoff wall. Also the levee raise close to Freeport Boulevard and Lynn Robbie Off-Leash Dock Park, utility window remediation adjacent to the Freeport Boulevard, and cutoff wall seepage bomb and flashboard retrofit near Cliff Marina. Next slide, please. I understand there is one slide that is missing, which is the northern portion of the Little Pocket neighborhood, where we would be constructing approximately 17,000 feet long of cutoff wall in combination of soil bentonite and jet grout cutoff wall. On this slide, so cutoff walls are two various types. The selection of the type of the cutoff wall that would be constructed for the contract is depends on the site conditions. For this particular project, we have decided to use cutoff wall, the conventional cutoff wall, and the soil, which is soil and bentonite, and the jet grout cutoff wall. Next slide, please. This slide is showing how the actual excavation of the soil bentonite cutoff wall. On the left, it's showing the excavation part of the cutoff wall, and on the right, it's showing the mixing of the material, the soil bentonite wall mixing, material mixing. Next slide, please. On this slide, it is showing the jet grout cutoff wall, how the jet grouting will be performed. It uses small diameter borings and high velocity jets of air and water, and it drills down through, erodes the soil and replaces it with the soil and cement mixture as it moves upward. This mechanism creates a wall-like structure because of the individual slabs are overlapped on each other, and hence it creates like a wall kind of structure underneath the soil. And with this, I conclude the part of my presentation. I'll introduce my colleague Kalia Schuster to discuss the environmental document of the project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hiral. Good afternoon, Board President, members of the board. My name is Kalia Schuster. I'm the Environmental CEQA Lead for the American River Watershed Common Features 2016 Sacramento River East Levee Contract 4 project. I've been working in coordination with the board and the United States Army Corps of Engineers on many components of the ARCF project, and I first will go ahead and give an overview of the project as a whole. The General Reevaluation Report Final Environmental Impact Statement, EIS, Environmental Impact Report, EIR document, was certified as a programmatic document in 2016 with the mutual understanding that additional CEQA documentation would be needed prior to construction. The document certified included the following suggested levee rehabilitation work, which includes the Sacramento River seepage and stability improvements, the American and Sacramento Rivers erosion improvements, the Sacramento Weir and bypass widening component, and lastly, the North Area Streams levee improvements. Next slide, please. So today I will provide an overview and go into detail on what is included in the ARCF 2016 Sacramento River East Levee Contract 4 or Sorrel C4 project, which will reduce seepage and improve stability to the levee. Next slide, please. So DWR, in coordination with the board and USAID, have prepared a draft supplemental EIR and environmental assessment, or EA, to analyze the Sorrel C4 project. The document provides avoidance, minimization, and mitigation measures to reduce many impacts to less than significant, but there are still significant and unavoidable impacts as a result of the project. It is important to note, though, however, that the impacts are consistent with what was described in the 2016 ARCF-GR EIS-EIR. Next slide, please. I will now discuss the potentially significant and unavoidable impacts of the project, which are all temporary and short-term due to the nature of construction causing these impacts. The resources impacted include visual resources, in which impacts to scenic vistas will be short-term due to the presence of construction equipment and staging in work areas adjacent to residential backyards. Vegetation and wildlife, where the trimming of trees will have a temporary visual effect and any trees removed due to the project will be mitigated off-site. Recreation, where there will be short-term facility closures and impacts to recreational experiences during construction. And lastly, transportation and circulation. There will be a short-term increase of local traffic on streets while construction is ongoing. To reiterate, all impacts from this project are considered temporary and short-term related to construction, and no long-term effects are anticipated to result from the project. Next slide, please. The supplemental document was published earlier this year on June 15th with the release of a notice of availability and a publication in the SACV, and the document was circulated until August 1st as per CEQA requirements. A virtual public meeting was held on July 13th over a USAID-hosted WebEx link, where comments and questions could be heard and answered from the public regarding the project. We've received a total of 7 comment letters from public citizens, federal, local, and state agencies. Comments and questions pertain to air quality, noise and vibration, vegetation and wildlife, traffic and circulation, and socioeconomic impacts. All comments will receive consideration and responses in the final supplemental document. Next slide, please. We have a very aggressive timeline for moving the project forward. We're working on these 3 documents listed to fulfill CEQA requirements, which include a statement of findings, which will describe significant and unavoidable impacts the project will have on environmental resources, a statement of overriding considerations, which will describe why the benefits of the project outweigh any significant and unavoidable impacts that the project will have on environmental resources. And lastly, a mitigation and monitoring reporting program, which will summarize all mitigation measures associated with the project, who is responsible for implementing these measures, and it will serve as a tool for us to track how these measures are being implemented. Next slide. We are working to prepare the final document and will ask for approval of the resolution to certify the final supplemental environmental impact report, environmental assessment, adopt the statement of findings, adopt the statement of overriding considerations, adopt the mitigation and monitoring reporting program, ultimately approve the Sacramento River East Levee Contract 4 project, delegate authority to the executive officer to execute the notice of determination. We're planning on bringing this final document to the board next month. Next slide, please. And with that, Hiral and I will take any questions that the board may have. Thank you.
To all of you, nice job. Questions? Comments? Anyone in the room? Nothing in the chat except Mr. Rodriguez wanted to say some. Reinhardt. I'm sorry, Rick. I always get your last name mixed up with my neighbor. Mr. Reinhardt, did you want to say something about these projects in relation to the plan? Maybe not. All right. So we'll look for, thank you for, we've had presentations on contracts 1 and 2 and some of the others. So this is a big, important, complicated project that every time I see that map of the inundation, if it's not built, it's just compelling and stunning. So be great. So we look forward October 28th will be an interesting meeting. Maybe you'll want to take a later train, gentlemen. So thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that concludes board items. So I was missing some agenda items today. I have to look at my board members to keep me on track. We have, it's like somebody wants to get up and tell us something. Is that right? Or you just want to get up and leave? Hang on. We're going to truncate this meeting here. So we have reports from our Administration Operations Branch, Flood System Improvement Branch, Environmental Services and Land Management Branch, Flood Planning and Programs Branch. Thank you all for putting these together. I assure you that we read them. If we have comments, we address them with the branch or people who wrote that. So thank you for that. Board comments and committee updates. Next Friday, we'll be signing what we approved today under 10C. That'll be, those are always fun. It's good to get things moving forward. Anyone else want to talk about committees or what you're up to? No one's brave enough. Upcoming meetings, October 14th is not a meeting. It is the date that the plan is released. On the plan website, on the flood board's website, October 14th is when the public will see the revised plan, and you have 14 days to read it. Coordinating committee will meet October 26th, board meeting on October 28th. Maybe in a different location where we're sure that the sound system will work at 9 in the morning, but we'll see. And that is when we will be discussing the plan. And if we wish to make any revisions, put any comments to it, and we'll hear from our 2 board members about the resolution of adoption. November 4th is planned to be, question mark, a workshop where we will travel to Chowchilla and East Side Bypass. And if it rains and it's an arc storm, we're not going. Our meeting of November 18th, that is the meeting where we adopt the plan and the resolution. So just wanted to say that. I had earlier said that we were going to have a closed session, but since I called for the closed session, I'm going to uncall for the closed session, so we're not going to do it. You'll be all right. It's not, I just wanted to talk to you. So we'll talk to you the next time. So there is no closed session, so there is no report. Anything else for the good of the order? Meeting adjourned.